sports clubs are safe places for everyone, no matter what club crest you wear on your shirt. Supporting our communities by protecting budgets for sport and mental health, improving our communities by listening to them and preventing facility closures through community ownership, and making our sport a safe place by ensuring safeguarding policies are in place. Support community safety. Conference, that's what a fair deal for Scottish sport is all about. Please support this motion, and I move it in my name.
Thank you very much indeed. Can I call Lauren Buchanan Quigley, I'm sorry, I still don't have my specs on, from Dunfermline and West Fife. Can I ask Grant Toghill from Paisley and Renfrewshire to stand by? And just a reminder to all speakers, the clock that counts you down is on the floor to the right. So please, as you're looking at the audience from time to time, please do take a glance down towards the floor. Thank you very much indeed.
Hello, Conference. I'm here to speak in support of this motion to protect Scottish sport, local facilities, and the important link between mental health and sport. I feel it's so important to protect sport and mental health budgets. Sport is so invaluable, not only because of the physical benefits, but also the social and cathartic relief it can give because of stress relief. I remember for myself, sport was such an important thing for myself in high school because it's a fantastic outlet for mental health. It was a safe place for me, a creative outlet for gymnastics, a frustration relief with hockey, away from a time of bullying, exam stress, a time when counsellors were barely a thing. So I strongly agree and see the benefits between sport and mental health. And now I see it as imperative to protect local facilities for that same idea as safe spaces to protect mental health and fitness. Because I can see the fantastic initiatives that are helping people that in my local area with Fife Sport and Leisure, as they are doing amazing things to help people with mental health and fitness, with a range of well-being programs to help people with health conditions. But I can also hear the problems of potential cutting funding, and that seems such a shame because they're doing amazing things to help people deal with isolation and helping them get back into fitness. Because everybody should have the opportunity to have fitness, because fitness should be accessible to everybody. So we should support initiatives for fitness, and everybody should have the opportunity to feel good. So please, support this motion, not just for sport, but for Scotland's mental well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Can I call Grant Toghill from Paisley and Renfrewshire to come to speak? And can Eugene Clark from North East Fife please stand by?
Just first thank the Chair for actually getting my surname right, because the amount of people get that wrong is unbelievable for two simple words. But I want to thank today first Neil for bringing forward this motion, as it is very key and important around the full of Scottish sport. And particularly for my home place of Renfrewshire, it's very key. I think it's also a very bold policy that we need to get more of as we look towards the future elections and showing what sort of Liberal Democrats do on a day-to-day basis and what we have as plans and solutions to the problems that I face. As a youth group leader, I also would like to make a note just for the fact of why it is doing with sport. I think it also is very, very vitally important to make sure we mention arts, cultures, even the local coffee mornings of these facilities that they do have for sports facilities. In my own hometown of Erskine, we have Erskine Arts that do fantastic work using the sports centre that is there to be able to promote a whole wide range of culture and art activities, which are so vital to the local community and has re-energised quite a lot, even after going through the whole COVID pandemic. I did put through the lines. I do like the fact the partnership stuff like that. I want to put one word of caution, and that's the case of making sure that we don't just let the SNP and all our governments off the hook for a lack of funding. Because we need to still keep a note of public ownership and bits that are there. Because if we do not keep pushing public ownership buildings, all we're doing is losing assets for local councils and other groups to be able to keep these things safe. and long-term progression of these communities. I noticed that he mentioned the fact of Kilburn Hockey Club. I would note to Neil that it isn't in Glasgow, it's a Paisley club. And I think very much like our great candidate in Eastern Barnsley, Susan Murray, fighting for Kirkintilloch Rob Roy FC to go back to Kirkintilloch, I think we want to be fighting for Kilburn Hockey Club to come back to Paisley, not to sitting in the middle of Glasgow. But that does mean we need to make sure we have facilities there, pushing for not just the existing facilities, but new facilities, new pitches for all sports, that we can try and do that. But overall, I think it's a great motion, and I ask conference to be able to support it wholeheartedly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Can I call Eugene Clark from North East Fife to speak? And can I ask John Mackenzie from West Lothian to please stand by?
Thank you. Conference, I'm delighted to support this motion, and I want to focus particularly on lines 32 to 38, which are to do with the kind of support given to communities to take over or get involved in their local sporting clubs. I declare an interest. 20 years ago, on February the 9th, 2004 to be precise, myself and two colleagues set up the East Fife Supporters Society, a friendly society with the aim of taking over our club, wresting it from the hands of a single private owner and turning it into community ownership. I'm delighted to say that we're that off it now. It's only taken 20 years, but there is a big possible obstacle, and that is that there is no structural setup to allow the Scottish Government or local authorities to help us with this. We're not looking for charity, we're not looking for a handout, we're looking for a loan. All the stuff has been done to prepare the background. We know we can do this, but it's down really to a political decision to sign off this loan or not. Now, this is important. Other speakers have mentioned quite correctly the importance of sport in helping with mental health. It does that, and we all recognise and welcome that. But it does something else as well. Sports clubs represent very basic liberal democratic values. The idea of communities getting together to do things, to organise what they think is important, and to carry out these things by themselves without needing state or local authority aid. It's a fair bet that all of us in this room today will have sporting clubs of some sort in their community, and those clubs will be of more importance to their community and the members than we are. It's a crucial part of communal life that people get together to do things. Sport is one of the vehicles that allows this to happen. And so I'm supporting this motion, and particularly want to draw attention to the need for properly organised and funded structural support to allow community groups to do exactly what this motion is asking, and that is take over control of their own sporting facilities. We know it brings so many benefits with mental health in particular, sport in general. I often think that the local football club or cricket club or bowling club can be what defines a community, because the traditional institutions have gone. We can make that be even more effective, so I look for you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. That was a perfect 3-minute speech. I'm sure that was done entirely by good luck, and I'm extremely impressed. Only if you can quote me the standing order first. Doesn't go up that far. Doesn't go up that far. Can I call John Mackenzie from West Lothian to the stand, please? And because we have no more cards, can I call Sally Pattle from West Lothian Liberal Democrats, who's never left the hall since she arrived first thing yesterday morning. Can I call her to stand by to submit the motion?
Conference, I just wanted to speak briefly in support of the motion. I stand here with the rather grand title of Commodore of Dalgety Bay Sailing Club. it's not a mainstream sport, but it's something I've been involved in almost all of my life. The background is that I learned to sail not through my family or through friends, but through my school. So I went to school at Johnson High School, and they had a scheme for bringing kids into this sport, and for the princely sum of £5 for the summer, I learned to sail, and have been sailing ever since. I'm now leading a club based on the Forth, and the issue that I have is that the current funding arrangements and support of community organisations means that sport is in danger of becoming elitist. In other words, only those who can afford it get into sport. And as we've heard before, the people are excluded from facilities. The difficulty I find is that sport becomes transactional in the current day and age. People want to use a facility, they then pay to use that facility, and you get a very transactional and not a community feel to the club. And that's a real problem, not so much on a day-to-day basis, but when it comes to capital spend, when it comes to improving the infrastructure that every club has, it becomes now impossible to ask a relatively small number of members for a very large sum of money. And if you are asking a small number of people for a large sum of money, they want best use of it. And there's a danger of them saying, well, this is for us. So central funding is a really important aspect of creating a community organisation. And if we don't have that community, then the sport becomes smaller and smaller and smaller. On perhaps a political note, I think this is something that we can push with a broad theme of believing in the role of the state. If you simply don't believe that the state has any role to play, the cuts in funding make perfect sense. If you do believe that the state has a role to play in supporting the community, then provide funding to allow these clubs to prosper. So I would urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you, conference. Normally I would be commiserating with those who'd put in a card and had not been called, but we have exactly the right number of cards for the length of the debate, which is, again, I'm sure, nothing more than good luck. I'd like to thank everyone for their contributions, and I'd like to call Sally Pattle from West Lothian Liberal Democrats to come forward and summate the motion.
Right, good morning, conference. That was really hard to say. Excellent. As someone who has suffered from anxiety for a number of years to a greater and lesser degree, I've developed several coping mechanisms. Some are more successful than others, and I might question my actions this morning standing here. But that's okay. One of the best coping mechanisms I have found, though, over the years has been physical activity, movement. And I stand here today, I'm so pleased to be asked to do this by Neil. Thank you again, Neil, for asking me to summate this. I stand here today not only as a councillor for West Lothian, but also as the mental health spokesperson for the Scottish Liberal Democrats. We have just reached the end of Mental Health Awareness Week, and their theme for this year was movement, to find a moment in your day for movement, because we all know that when we get up, when we do something, when we just take our minds out of the internalisation, we feel a lot better. So thank you again, Neil, for allowing me to do this. I think I'm quite obviously not somebody who enjoys a lot of aerobic activity, but I think that the point of this is that we're not talking about big ticket sporting events. It's just what you can do in your day. And if we can enable that to happen in our communities, it is so important. Over the past year in West Lothian, we have had to close 3 public swimming pools. This has just been such a difficult time for councils, And I believe that we need to embed structural funding so that we can all continue to have the benefits of sport in whatever way we choose to do it. I'd like to thank all the speakers who came forward today. Lauren, who was talking about the protection of our sporting communities. Also, Grant from the Paisley Massif, well done. Eugene, I think, really nailed what we were all talking about. The theme that I've picked up from everybody is community here. We do all enjoy big events like the Euros or Wimbledon or the Olympics that are coming up, but at its heart, what we need is access to sport in whatever capacity at a local level. What we need is structural funded support. It shouldn't be an afterthought that sport is available. It shouldn't be elitist, as John said. Commodore, salute. So yeah, I think that, we're not talking about mainstream sporting events. What we're talking about here is that we need access to sport, we need it to be funded, we need it to be a safe space for all. So I would just urge everybody in the hall today to support this motion and also buy me a coffee. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Speaking from the chair, I'm also in desperate need of a decent coffee. But the cafe that does the good lunch isn't open until 11 this morning. I feel a Scottish government requirement for 24/7 good coffee within 200 metres of any Liberal Democrat. I feel that coming on. Thank you very much indeed. Once again, I'd like to refer you to pages 31 and 32 of your agenda. We will now vote on motion SC4. There are no amendments, no separate votes, and no requests for references back. Ooh, lighting. We can see you. Well, that's very exciting. And to vote, indeed, Mr. McGarry, you will have to be seated. But you're abstaining in the impartial. No, he just can't be bothered. Fair enough. We would like you now to prepare your voting cards. I'd like you to have the voting facing us, please. Thank you very much. We haven't had, but all those in favour of motion SC4, please put your hands up with your cards. Ooh. Would anyone like to vote against the motion, please? Kirsty's always wanted me to do this. Does anyone wish to abstain on the motion? Very well. No abstentions, no votes against. That motion is clearly carried. Thank you very much indeed, conference. Thank you to my aide. Thank you to Kirsty's, who's down there at the bottom of the valley while we're up here on top of the mountains. Thank you very much. I now pass the chair to Jackie.
Somebody called Jenny Lang.
Jenny Lang, never heard of her. I'm sure she'll do very well.
And it's the
Potluck.
mini motions, and we do have a very interesting mini motion on music that we hope you will enjoy with Lorna.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Morning, conference. We now come on to our mini motions. Is there anyone in the room who hasn't sat through a mini motion session yet? One person. So for those of you who have done it, as a quick reminder, we have basically rough outlines of motions that people are starting to think about. They're not fully worked up yet. So people are going to come up, they're going to outline their ideas. It's your opportunity to, in 1 minute, stand up and throw in your ideas, what you think, what's good, what's bad, what may be considered as part of this motion. And so we're going to do that, and then at the end of it, we're going to have indicative votes as to whether you want to see these mini motions taken to policy committee and worked up and spend the time to make that into something a little bigger, okay? It's a great opportunity if you haven't spoken at conference or you're a bit nervous of speaking at conference, you just stick your hand up. There's going to be a roving mic, which Mel has got over here, and just say your tuppence worth. And it'd be great to hear as many voices as we can on some of these. Now we're changing the order slightly. Unfortunately, I haven't got Lorna at the moment, so we may come back to her one on music to help mental health. So we are going to start with addressing the shortfall of ASM teachers, and that is going to be proposed by Charlotte O'Kay. And so you've got 3 minutes, Charlotte, and then we're going to go to the floor, and you can all chip in.
For letting me speak on the urgent shortfall of additional support needs, ASN, not M, just to clarify, teachers in Scotland, with a critical focus on specialists for the deaf and the blind. Sorry, the visually impaired. For the National Deaf Children's Society, the big concern is that there's been a 37% fall in qualified teachers of the deaf. The fall has been twice as great in Scotland as it has been in England and Wales. This motion is important to me because as a Liberal Democrat, I share our belief that every child should have every opportunity to be successful and have the opportunity to grow. On a personal note, my college friend found out that her child was going to be deaf, so she decided that she was going to learn how to sign. And I think that was a terrific idea of hers, and I was glad to hear that she had enough support in her local community for her family to point them in the right directions for the resources that she and her family were going to need. I hope that this mini motion passes and that the Liberal Democrats will put this language into our future manifestos in order so that we can be supportive of the deaf and the visually impaired. At conference, I was fortunate to meet with Mark Ballard from the National Deaf Children's Society and get his support, and I've been very grateful for his knowledge and information about this cause. So as the motion points out, it's an urgent shortfall in specialists for the deaf and visually impaired. We are calling for a national strategy to enhance the training and recruitment of ASN teachers. We are also calling for bursaries to be introduced so that teachers can get the funding that they will need to pursue these careers. And we really should be focusing on teachers for the deaf, the qualified teachers for the deaf and the qualified teachers for the visually impaired. The rising number of ASN pupils, coupled with a decreasing pool of specialized teachers, demands immediate action to secure educational equality and support for all children. Thank you, conference, for letting me speak.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. So we're going to go to the floor. So this is a great opportunity for you to chip in. So just pop your hand up and Mel will come to you with the roving mic. So over here.
Thank you. I'm definitely very much in favour of this motion. However, I don't think personally it goes far enough in terms of ASN. In Aberdeenshire Council, we have 45% of our children with a recorded ASN need. Some of those are quite small needs, some of them are incredibly complex. I don't know if any of you saw the demonstration by ASN parents recently at Holyrood. The people who have children with ASN are very disappointed in the treatment that their children are having in our schools. And what I would like us to do as Lib Dems is actually to look at challenging the current policy on a presumption to mainstream children. It's done for good reason, but for some children it's not the appropriate place for them to be in a mainstream school. Yes, on the same campus, to allow them to take part in all activities, but for some, and certainly parents, feel it's the wrong place for the mental health and well-being of their children. So I do support this, but I think it's only very much part of a much bigger picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Down at the front here.
Morning, conference. I come from this with lots of different angles because I taught primary and middle school for 30 years, and I also have a son who has complex needs. He's got a learning disability, autism and ADHD and epilepsy. So we've been on a real journey with this. But what is really breaking my heart at the moment is hearing stories of people who were in the same position as we were as a family 15 years ago, in that they have a child. And I know that some children are best integrated into mainstream with the correct support, but some children, some pupils need specialist education. And I'm hearing stories of families that have got very strong cases for getting their child that type of education, but are getting turned down. Now, the thing is, I know from having had one child that was neurotypical, my daughter, the impact it can have on the rest of the family, the siblings. With our daughter Brooke, we had to work really hard to make sure her life was as normal as possible. A cinema trip, a trip to a restaurant could be impacted by the way our son was going to react. And also, getting that child into the right educational placement is key for the whole family, because once a child gets the right support in the right position, whatever the child's special need is, additional support need is, it's really vital, because then the whole family gets the correct support and gets into the right system. So I think this is a really important motion, and I would look forward to it coming to policy committee so we can work it up. So I think this should be passed today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Down at the front, Jackie.
Yes, that's Jackie Bell from East Lothian. My first social work job was a specialist worker for youngsters with disabilities, funded through Section 13 of the Disabled Persons Act. And mostly it was working with kids in the special schools at Lugton and Westfield for learning disability. But I also did Section 13 assessments looking towards future planning for kids from Donaldson's and the Royal Blind School. And some of those kids really wanted to achieve what I see now as being pulling back of the special school education, kids in mainstream, but funding cuts to teaching of ASM pupils, which what we have in East Lothian is some kids who aren't able to go to school, or they can only go certain days of the week because there is no teaching support. It's a real difficulty for parents, say if parents work, because it's childcare issues if your child isn't in school that day. And some of the kids with quite advanced needs are not getting the support they need and are actually causing trouble in the community. That the other point I want to make is about having the right teaching, the right support in the right place. People with visual or hearing impairment can achieve. That I'm thinking of somebody like David Blunkett. When I first met him, he was a student at Sheffield University. He went on to be leader of Sheffield Council, and he became Home Secretary. We also have within the Liberal Democrats David Buxton, who is with the British Deaf Association. He is a councillor down south, and he is currently one of the people standing to be PPC in the target seat of Sutton and Cheam. So if you have the right support right from the beginning, you can achieve. Everybody should have the opportunities in life, but we need to make sure that we are fully funding the education and supports that they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other hands for this over here.
Morning, everybody. It's not an area I know a great deal about, but I'd just like to say I would like to support the motion and hope it can be moved forward to further examination, so it could be. But I would agree with the speakers who have said that perhaps it should be expanded to wider areas of need, and perhaps look at incentives to encourage teachers to move in to do that specialist training. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Paul, over at the back there.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Charlotte, for taking this issue on. It's quite nice that when you write something or you put something together and so many people are coming going, you know, I'm equally passionate about this issue. And thank you for all your support, Mark, as well, in putting this together. I mean, I think the bit I'd want to focus on is just the teacher recruitment of it, because this was the bit that really surprised me. Is in order to become a teacher of the deaf or qualified teacher for the visually impaired, you have to first go through your teacher qualification. And once you have gone through that process, you can then apply for specialist training in order to become a qualified teacher. Something that you do part-time. And I think I'm right, it's a five-year study, and there's very limited places in Scotland to do this, in order to get a job for which you are paid no more. And this just, you know, it's quite obvious why we have this issue. And then when we look at the wider bit, and I think, yes, looking at a wider, expanded ASN strategy, I think is really important. I remember listening at York Conference to a young man by the name of Noah, talking about the absolute crisis. He's my son, for those who are smiling back at me. Talking about the absolute crisis of waiting lists to get support and diagnosis for additional support needs. And he particularly referenced my son Jonah, who was identified at nursery that he has additional support needs. We were told that we had to wait till he was 7 before he could get put on the waiting list. We waited till he was 7, and then was told, well, it's a 3-year waiting list. So he's now 10 years old, and 2 weeks ago we received the papers to essentially start the process. It's 10 years old for something that was identified when he was 3 years old, and that's an absolute shame. And I'm very, very thankful to the policy team in our party who's helped to write that up and to do FOI. Those who can't see, they're up at the top there, on this important issue, because I think it's really important that we continue to press the government on these waiting lists, because this is having a significant impact on the future of young people. And the study that I read, and Mark was giving me some figures, just demonstrates the later that we can provide the correct support, the more significant a disadvantage on that young person going right into secondary education and beyond, which is why we need to start the early intervention, why we need to ensure that the resources are there, and why we need to continue to support. So I wanted to jump to my feet to say that I fully support a wider strategy, and I think that's exactly where we need to go. But we also do need to keep very, very important on this issue around qualified teachers of the deaf and qualified teachers of visually impaired, and see what solutions that we can work with key stakeholders to see if there's a way of having an integrated qualification or something that really provides a route for trainee teachers to go straight into becoming qualified teachers for special needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, we've actually got 4 motions to get through, so I'm going to move on to the next one, if that's okay. But thank you, everyone, for chipping in on that one. So I'm going to come now to MM6, Preserving Scotland's Cultural Heritage, which is going to be proposed by Neil Casey.
Good morning, Conference. Our cultural heritage, rich, diverse and vibrant, is the very essence of who we are. It tells our story, reflects our values and shapes our future. My motion calls for a comprehensive programme to revitalise and maintain cultural venues across Scotland, with a proposed gradual increase in the cultural budget allocation to 1%. I think currently the funding settlement for culture in Scotland is less than 0.5%. And I want to start with a commitment to secure at least 0.5% of the Scottish budget to ensure that they have that security of funding. To reach 1% is ambitious, but gradual progress, incremental steps, each one purposeful and deliberate, can build a foundation for lasting change. Now, we have to acknowledge the challenges. There is a perfect storm of financial pressures on Scotland's culture sector. The SNP government's inconsistent funding, like the reinstatement of cuts to Culture Scotland's budget, has sown doubt and damaged confidence within the sector. The SNP pay lip service to our cultural heritage. They use it for their advantage when it suits them, but they don't follow words with action. By committing to a gradual strategic increase in cultural funding, we can restore faith, invigorate our cultural spaces, and support the creative industries that help drive our economy. This is not just an investment in culture, it's an investment in Scotland's future prosperity. By sustaining cultural spaces, celebrating our diverse traditions, and safeguarding our heritage, we reaffirm our commitment to cultural preservation and community cohesion. So I urge you to hopefully contribute to this debate and pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So obviously, cultural heritage is hugely important. It's not something I think we've debated properly for quite a while. So it'd be great to get your thoughts. And just to point out, our policy team staff are actually up here taking notes diligently. So your comments do really matter in feeding into this. So if I start over here in the corner with Wendy, and then we'll work our way along forward to Fraser.
Thanks very much, Conference. So I would say that I do support this motion and I would want to work it up, but I suppose what I would want to say is I want us to have a very careful consideration of what we mean by culture. I'm very conscious that if I take, for example, in St Andrews, the St Andrews Harbour, the Trust, basically James VI gave the land for St Andrews Harbour to the town of St Andrews. It's now run by a community trust. It's been devastated and badly damaged by the sea surges from Storm Babette last year, and now needs to raise £1 million. It's a working harbour as well. Is it a cultural institution? Is it a working harbour? I think we need to think very carefully about how we categorise and how we consider when we're taking this policy forward. And the other aspect that I would say to that is I think we have seen through levelling up funding at a UK level and elsewhere lots and lots of purchasing of community assets by local communities, by people like Liberal Democrats who basically want something done, ask a busy person, get stuck in, represent their local community, buy an asset. But I am very conscious that there is not necessarily the support there, and a good example is the Church of Scotland selling off its buildings, not the support there long term to support those communities to ensure that they maintain those buildings. So I support the motion, but I think these are some of the complexities that we would need to consider within it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Like Wendy and others, I have sympathy for the thoughts behind this motion, but I've got some concerns. Two of the concerns are, what does this actually refer to? What do we mean by cultural spaces? Is it a metaphorical concept, or is it a physical concept? I think I'd like to see a wee bit more clarity in that. I'm also a bit worried when we talk about government or state aid funding this. Under the SNP, could that possibly lead to compulsory Jimmy Shan concerts? I'm not sure. But there are real dangers in letting state get involved in the arts, especially when you have groups of people in this country who have a very narrow cultural focus. So I would like to see those aspects addressed, perhaps before taking this any further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then Fraser down at the front here.
So I recently started a new job in the city of Perth, and they've recently opened a new, bad mic technique, terrible. So I recently started a new job in the city of Perth, and I think it was last month, they opened a new sort of cultural institution in the form of the Perth Museum very imaginatively named based on a public consultation. I voted for Museum Mick Museum Face, but they didn't want to go for that one. But there's a good example of how investment can grow our culture, but it's also a very narrow lens. And I think that's something we need to be careful is, I take points already raised about culture is a very broad term. It's about music, it's about language, it's about, the physical assets that we have of our history. And actually there was a point made about community buyout. Community buyout is a great process, but I think there is that issue with support, especially when it comes to listed buildings where actually the amount of work needed to preserve them, to keep them going for future generations is massive. And I think that is just something that maybe needs to be considered in taking this forward, but I think it is a really great proposal and I think you should support it.
Thank you very much. Any other hands, any other comments on cultural heritage? No? I think I'm very lucky. I live in Grantham, which is incredibly industrial, and it's currently going through quite a big overhaul. And just to Wendy's point, and it's really interesting to see old gasometers turned into public parks and displays, and old train stations being turned into art hubs for the community. So I think it's a really exciting area. So that's just my tuppence worth as the chair that I'm allowed to put in there. So thank you very much. 11, which is a proposal for a Scottish Health and Social Care Convention. So this is Alexander Drummond-Begg. Is he in the room? No? That's a bit worrying. Okay. Right. So my understanding is apparently Lorna Cammack is here. You're in the building, Lorna. We're going to come back to you. We moved your motion, so we're going to come to yours. So this is MM4. If you go back to the start of the mini motions potluck, this is music used to help mental health, with Lorna Cammack proposing this. So Lorna, one of our, I don't want to say our oldest member here, but I think you might be the oldest member here. Oh, and you've got your ukulele. Fantastic. I'm looking forward to this. I'm very excited, Lorna. Just watch the step. Yeah, come round and use the ramp, Lorna.
Well, I wasn't going to bring the ukulele today, but I couldn't do anything else when none other than Alec Cole Hamilton said I would bring it. So I thought, well, what am I going to sing? But this is Pentecost, so why not? This is the day that the Spirit came, that the Spirit came. If anybody wants to join in afterwards, that's fine. Good. I'm sorry I was late, but I just misjudged the time waiting to hear Alec Cole Hamilton on the radio, but I knew what it was going to say anyway. So, this one I don't think anybody can argue against. Conference believes that music is good for mental health, for happiness and well-being. It creates harmony and can heal divisions, even making enemies friends. Last minute, I heard about the Jerusalem choir of young people with Palestinians, Jews, Christians, Muslims, everybody, and they were singing a song of hope. We commend the teaching of musical instruments in schools, and we ask that music therapy be available as needed, and that people of all ages, and especially people with Alzheimer's and all incomes, may benefit from the pleasure that music brings. And it's not expensive. We can make music with our voices. And to show to prove it, we will. All the people here sing do, and everybody here sing mi. No, wait a minute, all together, wait a minute then. Do, re, so, come on. Do, re, so. And money.
Thank you so much, Lorna. I'm already seeing hands everywhere. So I'm going to start over here with Malcolm, and then I'll come on to this side.
Thank you, Lorna. That was great, and I think it's a really good motion. I'm an enthusiastic pianist and choral singer, and my experience is that making music makes life better, and making music with others is best of all. I think this links back to our first mini-motion about the need for qualified teachers, not of special needs here, but music is a specialism, and one of my worries is that our primary school teachers are not, well, my kids go to primary school without a skilled music teacher, and I think they're missing out as a result. There's no one to lead singing there. When they try to lead singing, the kids stand there looking a bit awkward and embarrassed. So when this, as I hope this motion gets worked up, I would like to see it include some discussion of music teaching, and perhaps the requirement that a primary school should recruit a teacher with some sort of musical qualification, or that teacher training perhaps should include something about learning to lead music for kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got 3 hands on this side, and then I'll come back over to this side. So these 3 hands, if we start at the front, Fraser, then Steve, and the lady at the back.
So about 3 years ago now, I started doing singing lessons, and I really think it has actually helped my mental health. So, I mean, I don't really have much to contribute. Don't worry, I'm not going to sing, no. But yeah, I agree with this. I think it's a worthy proposition to be brought forward. I think maybe one thing to be considered is when I was in primary school, they did this like musical aptitude test thing, and they said, oh yeah, you could do music lessons and you could learn to play. I think it was a trumpet they wanted me to try and learn to play. I never went forward because my parents would have had to fork out so much every term to actually cover the cost of it. So maybe if in working it up, we could look at actually how do we make that either affordable or free. And I know there's budgetary considerations there, but I think that's just something to be considered.
Thank you, Lorna. One of my passions, I'm not musical really, but one of my passions is Eurovision. Last Saturday was not without its challenges, but despite all that challenge, we saw, and despite all the debate, the toxic debate about people with different gender identities, we saw somebody with, more than one person with a non-binary identity be supported from living rooms across our continent. And it really fills my heart each year to see our continent that was riven with war and division, and it's still riven with war and division, united with silly music. And Lorna, you say music unites us, and more power to it. So my European flag is strong in my heart, and Eurovision is part of that.
Thank you so much. Lady there.
Thank you. I'm Irina. Sorry, I'm a trespasser from London, but I just wanted
hold it a little bit closer.
Just wanted to say thank you so much to Lorna, whom I met last night. Lorna, we make sure we'll invite you to the next conference in London, and we want to hear a little bit more from you singing and playing as well. But on a more serious note, what a wonderful and important motion. So not only does music help with mental health, and I'm a mental health, I suffered from depression for many years. I sang in a choir. It's wonderful, but it also helps with intellectual abilities for children, and learning music, learning to read music, learning to play an instrument is hugely important, not only for the music itself, but also for the development of other cognitive skills for children. We know that. There is a program in Venezuela, the Dudamel program for children, mostly street children. It's now one of the most famous orchestras in the world. Why can't we have something like that in the UK? Why can't we have music education for all children? It is not just for music, it is really for all of their abilities. So thank you, and of course I support your motion, Lorna.
Thank you very much. Can we come over to this side? I've got a couple of hands on this side.
Yeah, thank you, Lorna, for all the smiles and the positivity and the hope that you always bring to us. And I'm sure we are going to pass this mini motion today because it raises such an important point. There's something about getting lost in music and song that just takes you out of your own head. You have to concentrate on what you're doing, and I think that's so important for mental health. And it really stays with you. I mean, there's me, I can't remember what I went to the kitchen for half the time, but when Diggy Loo, Diggy Lay came on at Eurovision the other night, I remembered all the words from 40 years ago in perfect Swedish. And following on from what Irina was saying about developing of cognitive skills, I just looked up, actually, a study from Cambridge that came out last November, and they'd studied 701 children. And for those who played an instrument, all of them pretty much improved their skills in maths. But for those in lower socioeconomic groups, they improved their skills in maths and English. So if it also has a powerful force in increasing educational attainment, getting people out of poverty. So I think that's a reason why we should definitely support this motion.
Thank you so much. Yeah, just pass it back. We'll do 2 more hands on this side, and I've got a couple more hands on this side.
Yeah, so also just want to say thank you to Lorna for bringing this. And I just want to say as well, it's not just the music in itself that supports mental health, it's also the sense of community it brings. Because when I was at school, I was a member of the Borders Youth Orchestra, which was run by Simon Johnson, who stood for us for council last year, 2 years ago now, wow. You know, it was so good because it brought together people like myself from the east coast of the Borders with people from places like Galashiels, from Selkirk, from Hoyk, all across the region. And we made friends, we were able to support each other, and it just helped foster a sense of community amongst young people from across the border region. So, you know, that's the other aspect of it that helps with mental health, and I just want to highlight that about how it can foster that sort of sense of belonging and community there.
Thank you.
Hello again, and thank you, Maura, for making conference fun. It just wouldn't be the same without you. I've not had a lot to do with music throughout my life, apart from whatever popular music there was, because I didn't think I had a good enough voice. But I absolutely support the idea, and Karen touched on it, about the spin-off benefits of music in school for learning skills, but also for my age group. I, last autumn, decided to join something called the Rock Choir, and we started with these warming up exercises, which Moira gave us sort of idea of, where you all go ti 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 ti, la 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 la. And as we did these, I realized I was relaxing, and it was wonderful. I don't think I have a very good voice. I'm in the altos, but I get hidden in 120 people, and I can leave very relaxed. I can arrive stressed out, but I leave relaxed almost every time. And it's a nationwide franchise, but it has a charitable element to it in that they will go and perform at all sorts of venues. So I think it's something to consider at all ages of life, and I support the motion. I can pay the local.
Thank you so much. I've got a couple of hands on this side as well. So Chloe and Jackie.
Right. I'd really like to thank I'd really like to thank Lorna for bringing this important motion forward. That I was very lucky that I'm not a brilliant singer. I'm still trying to play the recorder because it's good for my asthma. But I was very lucky from primary school to be encouraged to take part in music. We had great times at secondary school. The junior policeman in a production of Pirates of Penzance was a chap called Sean Bean. But as a social worker, music was really important, that in a number of people I met in placing them in care homes had an interest in music. There were the 3 people who'd been in the same band, a dance band. There was one lady, she had dementia, but she had played the fiddle with Yehudi Menuhin at the opening of the Edinburgh Commonwealth Games. All those reels were still in her long-term memory, and she was able to entertain the residents in her care home from memory. That I'm the trustee of Dunbar Day Centre. The thing that really gets our service users and staff going happy is the people who come in to entertain with music, great sing-along, particularly the Elvis impressionist. And a key charity that is around for people with dementia is an organisation called Playlists for Life. That was set up by Sally Magnuson, whose mum had dementia. And it encourages carers and families to pull together tracks of their loved ones' favourite music. That when my mum was in the last stages of dementia in the care home, that Playlists for Life was really useful because we could play to her some of the music that she had loved as a young girl or, in adult life. Some of it was a bit off, but it was what she enjoyed, and she could still sing along to it because it was in her long-term memory. And so things like Playlists for Life are something that I think we should be considering in supporting in any future motion that we bring forward from Policy Committee.
Thank you very much, Jackie. We're going to take one more contribution on this. Yep, Chloe.
Bore Da Conference. This reminds me of one of the first motions I spoke on back in Wales in my early days in the party on the value of music education. I started learning clarinet at the age of 7, took it all the way through to the end of my A-levels, took it down to university with me and barely played it. But I picked it up again the other week after discovering my old orchestra and wind band sheet music, and just the happy memories coming back as I played it, and keeping those close friendships alive. And I really want to echo what Jack was saying earlier about the value of community that music brings and all the benefits there. I want to talk about the importance of education with music and those access to instruments and opportunities. There is a vast difference in the cost of learning different instruments, private tuition, and so on, and there is a huge barrier to access. Choirs are for some people, instruments are for other people, but music isn't just a hobby. For many people, it is also a career, and it should be something that they can aspire to. We're seeing a narrative in the country about higher education and careers. The only worthwhile careers are those in STEM, so science, technology, engineering, and maths. The arts play a vital role in our economy, in our future, and in our cultural life, keeping languages alive and bringing us together in the community. So we need to invest in the arts education and ensure those opportunities for people through learning in primary school and the cognitive skills that it brings into access in school orchestras, youth orchestras, but all the way up to that highest professional level, and everything in between. So the arts matter and contribute a huge amount to our economy and society.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Lorna, for that very uplifting and energising session. I think we all really enjoyed it. Before we come on to our final mini motion, a couple of things. Due to a technical issue, the report that attaches to the housing motion was not actually on the conference hub. It is now up there. Obviously, that's our next debate, so I just want to give people time to have a look at that. So if you go online to the conference hub, that report back is there, which will make the motion probably make a little bit more sense and wrap an awful lot more detail around it. If there is someone you know who's interested in that debate who's not in the room, if you could maybe text them and let them know that that's now available online, that would be really helpful. Thank you very much. And we're going to come on to MM11, Proposal for a Scottish Health and Social Care Convention. Now, unfortunately, Alexander Drummond-Begg, who's a GP, has caught whooping cough, which is why he's not here today. So very kindly, at the very last minute on the hoof, David Evans has agreed to move this. So thank you very much, David. If I can invite you up to move this mini motion.
Sorry, to caveat this, when we say just said it, literally 5 minutes. And the worst thing about having a friend aiding, knowing that you work in the sector. So obviously I'm not Alexander Drummond-Begg, and I'll be taking the traditional format for this moving speech of commending the motion. Of course I can, is that better? Perfect. I'll be taking the traditional format for this speech of commending the motion, SNP Tories bad, and praising the glorious leader. So please indulge me. The convention, as proposed in Conference Daily at M11, is a solid idea and takes the political football out of the government's hands. So my day job, back down as another member that is a Scottish Liberal Democrat resident in London, is for NHS providers. We're a trade association that represents trusts in England, and there is nothing they hate more than top-down reorganisation. The convention takes it out of being a political football, and particularly with it being one of the second most popular issue coming into the general election, it's going to be one. Slam the SNP for managing the SNP bad. SNP bad. And waiting lists are absolutely atrocious. 18% of people, according to work done by Diabetes Scotland, I wonder who gave me this stat, missed 9 of the essential health checks in NHS primary healthcare. It's 35% in England. That's not great for either. I'm not going to do the exact opposite of what we've criticised others for doing in pointing south of the border for being worse, but it's not great in either case. And certainly, I will continue to commend the work of Alex, who was in the room earlier and has now left, and Willie, who is still in the room, for their work on highlighting crisis in emergency and non-emergency care across Scotland. So yes, please support the motion, which I know that's nowhere near 3 minutes, but I'm stopping. That's as much as I can do. Thanks all.
Thank you very much, and thank you for stepping into the breach at the very last minute. This is all moving around this session. I've got a couple of hands over here.
Morning, everybody. Wendy Chamberlain. A challenge on this one. Why are we wanting to have a convention of political parties to agree what we need to do in relation to the NHS, which we know is broken on many, many levels? I know as a constituency MP, we know it in terms of the stories that we have raised, that the policy and press team have worked on in relation to dentistry. For example, there are no NHS dentists in Fife taking patients currently. We know in terms of waiting times from what we hear with our constituents. But my question is, you know, we are a party, and I think there's a fringe at 12:15 today, who support electoral reform. Why are we doing a convention of political parties? Surely this is exactly the kind of topic, this long-term strategic issue that we should be taking forward through a People's Assembly, where we should have that collaborative and consultative democracy from people that give work on these complicated issues and tell the politicians what needs to happen to go forward, because this is an area where clearly there is an opportunity for political attacks, but actually, regardless of your political colour, it is absolutely imperative for the long-term vital well-being of the nation that we get NHS and social care right.
Colleagues, just seeing this morning, I've got real concerns about this. I spent my career in health and social care, was on the IJB in Fife for a number of years. It isn't clear from this what exactly we expect this convention to do. Who will it be responsible to? What are its aims? What are its objectives? It will no doubt cost a lot of money, and my worry is that we're against a centralised health and national system in Scotland. My worry is that this will actually be used to support that. Health and social care is very complicated, it's very complex, there's lots of different issues, children's, adults, older people. And in my experience is when you try and have something like this, one particular group or two groups pop up and are pushing their own agenda. So sorry, I wouldn't support this.
Thank you very much. Yes, David, who moved it.
Right. Ooh, I thought it inappropriate to move my own concern while from the podium, so which is why I'm doing this bizarre double act with myself. I similarly have concerns, as though I take the point that a convention might remove it as a political football. If we look at the NHS convention in England, that is most certainly being used as a political football at the moment. If we look at the suggestions around trans rights, so my concern would be that adding a non-political element does not necessarily stop it being a political football, and I'm not sure that this actually addresses that. Though I commend the direction they want to take us. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorna, you got your hand up? The microphone's coming to you, Lorna. If you could stick to the motion there, Lorna.
I'm not going to play this again. It's just I go and sing and take my ukulele on a voluntary basis to Foxley Care Home. And I just sing all the things that they know. And sometimes they join in, sometimes they even get up and dance. And I tell you, this is just a magic wee instrument for bringing fun. I don't know whether you want to sing Granny off of us, but I think I better behave myself. But I'll always start with, "You are my sunshine, my only sunshine."
Lorna, if it's all right, I think we need to stick to this motion just now.
Always they respond to, "Swing low, sweet."
Lorna, I think we need to stick to this motion. Thank you. You hand over the microphone. Thank you. Sorry about that, but we've had our thing. Would anyone like to come back in on Social Health and Care Commission convention? No? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to move to a series of indicative votes. Now, it's not competitive. You don't have to choose one over another. However, just conscious of the time of the policy team, these are the ones that you really want to see worked up. If you don't feel it's a priority, you can choose not to take it forward. But if it's something you're really keen for the team to work on, it'd be great to just see that. So if you could get your cards ready. I'm going to go back to the original order on the papers rather than the way we heard them. So we're going to start with Lorna's, music used to help mental health. So those who would like to see this go back to the policy team to be worked up. And those who would rather it didn't get worked up any further. Couple. So generally that one is going back to the policy team for further work, so thank you very much. Addressing the shortfall of ASM teachers, which is the first debate you heard. So a show of hands who would like that to go to the policy team for further work? Yes. Anyone who would rather that did not go forward for further work? That one clearly goes forward for further work. Thank you very much. MM6, Preserving Scotland's Cultural Heritage. Moved by Neil Casey. So those who would like to see that go on for further work with the policy team. Those who prefer it didn't. Oh. Those who really don't mind either way. Neil, since you're the convener of the policy committee, I'm going to leave that one up to you, actually. that was like, everyone's quite neutral. And finally, Drummond Begg's motion, proposal for a Scottish Health and Social Care Convention. Those who would like to see that go forward for further work? Those who would rather it didn't? That is not going to go forward for further work. So thank you very, very much. And thank you for your forbearance and having us move all that session around, and for people for leaping in at the last minute. Thank you. I'm going to hand over the chair now to Kevin Lang for the housing debate. Thank you very much. And thank you to my aide, and thank you to Mel on the floor for all the running around. That's fabulous. Thank you.
So, conference, as Jenny said earlier on, there has been a slight issue in the fact that the policy paper that's referenced in the housing motion was not available on the website. It is now available on the website. And what we've also done is we do have some printed copies down at the speaker's table where Kirsty is sat. So given this, my intention is to start the debate in about 15 minutes' time. That would give people the opportunity who've not had the chance yet to either read the paper online, it's on the Conference Hub page of the Scott Lib Dem website, or as I said, there's a small number of printed copies down the front that people can come and read. Hopefully people can also take this time to submit speakers cards for the debate, so please do so. So we will start the debate just after 11:30. Thanks very much. So, conference, we're going to be getting going in a couple of minutes' time. Just for those who were not here earlier on, just to confirm that the policy paper that the next motion refers to is on the website, and I think there are still some printed copies of the policy paper down at the speakers' table, but we'll get underway in a couple of minutes' time. Okay, conference, we are going to now crack on with the next motion, which is SC5 on housing. If I can ask Stephen Hart to stand by, and if I can call Neil Casey, the convener of the Policy Committee, to move the motion.
Good morning, conference. The fundamental right to a safe, secure and affordable home remains out of reach for too many in Scotland. Just this week, the SNP finally accepted that there is a housing emergency, a move that underscores the severity of the crisis that we face. Now, I bring this matter back to conference following a reference back to the Policy Committee, and I want to thank Paul McGarry for his work on the original motion and his contribution to this report, as well as the Working Party on Policy Committee who helped, and all those who spoke to us and submitted evidence. Recent statistics paint a grim picture. As of September 2013, there are over 15,000 households, including nearly 10,000 children, living in temporary accommodation. This figure represents a 52% increase since 2014. Moreover, 80% of Scots believe we are facing a housing crisis, with 79% saying there is not enough affordable housing. These numbers aren't just statistics, they represent lives upended, dreams deferred, and potential unfulfilled. As noted in our report, the right to buy policy, which ran from 1980 to 2014, was a good solution at the time and had a generational effect on social mobility. But we have to recognise that it saw over 500,000 social homes sold, while new builds and refurbishments struggled to keep pace with the demand. The private sector is also struggling. The collapse of house builders like Stuart Mill and J.S. Crawford are indicative of broader issues in the market, from high mortgage rates to increased construction costs to lack of staff. Our housing market is broken, and years of underinvestment and poor planning have left us with a shortage of homes and soaring rents. The SNP Green administration, as it was, the Greens had quite a big hand in the SNP's housing policy over the last couple of years. Their rent control measures represented a step in the wrong direction. Rather than making housing more affordable, they have driven landlords out of the market, reducing the number of available properties and pushing up rent. But it doesn't have to be this way. We have a bold plan rooted in evidence and guided by compassion. We call for a national housing plan that prioritises the construction of new, high-quality, affordable homes using modern methods of construction and seeking to build not just houses, but communities with people at their heart. One innovative solution we propose is the Help to Build model. That's detailed in the report, and it's exemplified by projects like the Athletes Village in Glasgow and Kilmarnock, which supports small and medium-sized builders by addressing funding challenges by utilising patient capital. So that would be pension providers and the like. And this model can increase housing supply and make homes more affordable, especially for first-time buyers and young families. Our working group engaged extensively with stakeholders and experts to gather the best evidence and insights, and a key theme was the scarcity of comprehensive data, which hampers effective policy making. They say that what gets measured gets managed, but this SNP government can't manage and simply doesn't measure up when it comes to housing. We have considered the mini-motions debated at Autumn Conference last year, and our full analysis of those are in the appendices to the report. We do agree that addressing the chronic lack of staffing in essential public services and rural housing offers a way to help solve that. On modular construction, I don't think we're there yet, but we will keep it under review. Conference, we need bold action, not just words, which is all we get from the SNP, and that's all we got this week in Parliament from the SNP. Investing in housing is investing in our future. By ensuring that everyone has access to a safe, affordable home, we can tackle poverty, improve health outcomes, and create stronger, more resilient communities. This report and motion provide the actionable roadmap that is desperately needed following the declaration of a housing emergency. None of the other parties are coming up with anything quite like this. There's no joined-up thinking. Whilst the declaration acknowledges the crisis, our proposal offers the detailed and practical steps necessary to address it head-on, from investment in social housing to a comprehensive plan tailored to meet diverse community needs. We are committed to being active participants in shaping the future of housing in Scotland and being at the forefront of what's next. And I urge you to accept the report and to support the motion, and I move it in my name. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil. If I can ask Andy Williamson to stand by, and I call Stephen Hart from Edinburgh West, who is not in the room. So apologies, Andy, for not... There he is. So what I'll do is, Andy, if I call you now, and then I'll have Stephen on standby as the next speaker. But Andy, if you want to come. So Andy is our PPC for Edinburgh South.
A housing emergency is a fundamental failure of governance. Unlike other crises faced, like the cost of living or the pandemic, this crisis is totally of our own making. And let's be clear, this crisis is not a secondary outcome. It's being actively, consciously, and deliberately perpetuated. In Scotland in 2023, there was a 24% drop in house building compared with the previous year. Indeed, we built fewer homes last year than since any year before the pandemic. This crisis is going to get worse before it gets better. In 1997, more than half of under 35s owned their own home. Now that figure is closer to a quarter. This represents a huge demographic and societal decline. It's a fundamental violation of our social contract, which says that each generation must allow themselves the same living standards that they themselves enjoyed. The 20-somethings who are being locked out of the housing market are the same people who did their part during the pandemic. They stayed home, they had their schooling and university disrupted, all for a disease that statistically posed little threat to them. They upheld their part of the social contract. Until very recently, I was one of these young-ish people who didn't own a home. Every night I would tuck my two small daughters into bed and was absolutely haunted by the fact that I couldn't provide them with a house. One knock on the door from the landlord and I'd have to move them out of the house that they'd grown up in. Our current housing policy is not only cruel, it's unusual. The UK builds the fewest houses in Europe. We also have the smallest homes, the oldest housing stock, as well as by far the highest rate of homelessness. Our housing failure is damaging us as a society. It's hollowing out our cities. It's harming our economy as jobs are no longer where people can afford to live. It's causing people to delay having families or have smaller families. It's causing private rents to increase and causing an increase in homelessness. It's causing our country to be poorer in every sense of the word. The solutions to this crisis must be radical. No emergency of this size and scope can be solved with moderate or piecemeal solutions. We must be bold. We must look at reforming the planning system so we can remove the bureaucratic obstacles to building the houses we need. We must look at replacing council tax and LBTT with a land value tax to encourage building and to incentivize infrastructure investment. We must also look at housing bonds to allow councils to raise capital for affordable housing. But most of all, we must build. This crisis will be ended not by demand-side reforms like rent controls or help to buy schemes, but by drastically increasing the supply of houses. Nothing else. Droughts are solved with water, famines are solved with food, housing emergencies are solved with houses. We created this housing emergency, but we also have the capacity to end it. So I finish here by urging you not only to support this motion, but to push for bold and radical reforms in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. If I can ask Councillor Peter Barrett to stand by, and I now will call Stephen Hart from Edinburgh West.
Very well said, Andy. Don't you think the people of Edinburgh South could do a lot worse than elect Andy in the coming election? This is a complicated policy. I had the benefit, I did read the paper in advance. I'm on the policy committee. It's a complicated paper because it's a complicated issue, but there are some really simple points here. We need to build more houses. Those two lines in that motion are the key two lines. I'm an enormous supporter of great Lib Dem representation. I live in the only council ward in Scotland that has 3 wonderful Lib Dem councillors. We've got Alan here, we've got Fiona and Ewan, all here this weekend, and really I see the quality of representation. I grew up in West Lothian. I was at the foundation meeting of West Lothian Liberal Democrats, and I know the people of Linlithgow are seeing a difference now they've got Sally Pattle working for them. But I say to our councillors, much though I love you, and I do love you, you can be part of the solution or part of the problem. The great thing about our councillors and our MSPs and our MPs is they have a laser-light approach to serving local need. But you don't serve local need by pandering to NIMBYism. When you see a planning application for houses, yes, there can be good planning reasons why our application needs work, but we shouldn't just be casting it aside out of hand. And if we do cast it aside, we should come up with concrete and deliverable proposals why alternative housing can be built nearby. Just finished council conference, on social media, someone I follow had been a Lib Dem voter, and him and his husband had moved to a new build house. And he's no longer a Lib Dem voter, and that's because the local Lib Dems in his area, not in Scotland, I hasten to add, had campaigned against the building that development. And he says someone's got a cheek to come and knock on his door and ask for a vote when they didn't want him to live here. Conference, let's build more houses.
So if I can ask Paul McGarry to stand by, and I now call Councillor Peter Barrett from Perth and Kinross.
Good morning, conference. I kind of played a bit of speaker's card hokey this morning, put my card in yesterday and taken out this morning, then been asked to put it in again. So my speech is a bit unstructured. I think the motion is extremely good, and the preamble to it encapsulates all the problems that we face. I think Andy is right in everything he says about it being our problem, but this problem is absolutely of Patrick Harvie and the SNP's making. This problem is due to the financial and economic mismanagement by the Scottish Government, and the 200 million cut that they want to apply to the Affordable Housing Supply Programme. And to my mind, that is an absolutely criminal cut to the affordable housing budget. They've had their heads in the sand as to whether there's been a housing emergency, and only woken up to the fact last week. And frankly, it's not good enough to acknowledge that there is a housing emergency some 18 months too late, but then do absolutely nothing about it. So we need the Scottish Government to have a sensible budget, and one that priorities housing as the bedrock for people on which to build their lives. Patrick Harvie's rent caps and relentless pursuit of the private sector and over-regulation of the private rented sector has caused private rented housing to dry up. It's caused landlords to sell up, switching off the private sector as a viable housing option for most people. For the first time in 20 years, my council is in the position that it's at risk of not being able to spend its affordable housing supply grant. When I was housing convener, our housing completions were 300 a year. After the SNP moved in, that dropped to 200, and last year it dropped to 175. Now this year coming, we don't actually know how many new council house starts there are going to be next year. So after publicly naming and shaming the SNP for the last 2 months, I finally managed to get my council to agree not a housing emergency, but a housing recovery plan. And that involved looking at the disposal of all council land assets, prioritising housing as their first port of call and first priority use. The response to the SNP from the housing emergency and the highlight of their failures that I was pointing out was simply to say that independence was the answer. Well, according to John Swinney, we're not going to be ready for independence for 5 years. Ha ha! But that doesn't start to address the housing crisis that we have at the moment. So, conference. As I said, declaring a housing emergency means nothing without action, more government money, more institutional investment in housing, rapid rehousing, investment in transformation of systems and change, and not temporary accommodation solutions. It means focusing on poor private sector landlords, not beating the whole sector with a heavy regulatory stick, as Patrick Harvie wanted to do. I think it's an excellent motion. I'm really pleased that the Policy Committee have taken away the previous motion and done the work that they've done, and now that we have a plan that we can implement. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And if I can now call Paul McGarry from Central Scotland to summate.
Thank you, Conference. I am the housing spokesperson for the party, and I'm delighted to have the opportunity to summate on this. We need a wider strategy. The more and more we talk to industry, the more and more we talk to house building organisations, to investors, to people trying to look at the housing market, the more we realise what damage Patrick Harvie has done. And we are talking damage in the billions of pounds. Peter, you are right to be angry. I am angry. The damage they have done is going to take a generation to repair. We've met with people in the Scottish Parliament who've told us the billions of pounds that have been lost in investment within housing because of the damaging signals of Patrick Harvie. And I have some understanding of where he's come from. When I took over the housing and homelessness brief, I initially looked at the issues of homelessness. I initially looked very much at the key issues that we are seeing on the streets. And I spent a lot of time with a lot of housing and homelessness charities to understand what is happening. But the more and more I look at it, the more I see where Patrick Harvie has gone wrong. We need to look at the whole housing chain. We need to look at the top. We need to look at the housing chains. We need to look at my neighbours who live across the road from me, who live in a 4-bedroom house. They use one room. They're a couple. They're not moving, and they're not moving because they don't want to take a £17,000 hit on stamp duty on their investment that is part of their retirement or part of what they hand over to their children in order to move and downsize. The chain is broken there. We need to look at ways, and we need to be creative in how we look at ways to move the housing market. Andy, you're absolutely right. Bold ideas, looking at the bigger picture. Stamp duty, yes. Land value tax, yes. We need to look at what we can do in the whole chain to move it. We need to also be sending signals to financial investors, into house builders, that says that yes, with the Liberal Democrats as part of this, we will have a housing strategy that is focused towards building homes. Stephen, dare I say, you do not live in the only area that has 3 wonderful Lib Dem councillors. Am I right, Chair?
Correct.
So we have big questions to ask on housing. I spoke to Glasgow City Mission, and they are at crisis point. The number of people they had in the overnight welcome centre was 4-fold. And they are really at the front edge of what we are seeing in terms of people who cannot move into further accommodation, cannot be rehoused. But we need to take a bigger picture. We need to start looking at how we can start right at the top, building new estates, building new planning, releasing some of the planning conditions in order to start moving homes so that we have places for those who come to the overnight welcome centre to go to. And this is the big bit that Patrick Harvey has missed, and it is a shame on him and a shame on his legacy as a minister, and I'm quite frankly glad to see the back of him. I move this. We need a wider strategy, and I'm excited about moving a wider strategy, and I ask you to support this motion as we continue to be the party, the only party who has put housing at the core and front of what we are doing. You look at all of their conference agendas, no other party has put housing as important an issue within what we are doing than the Scottish Liberal Democrats. So I ask you to continue this and send a clear message that if you want to address the housing emergency, you need to trust in the Scottish Liberal Democrats.
Thank you very much, Paul. So we now come to the vote. It's a simple vote for or against the motion that is in the agenda. So if I can firstly see those in favour of the motion. Thank you very much. And those against? That is clearly carried. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers. Can I say a particular thank you to my aide, Ross, who did all the running about before the debate to make sure that copies of the paper were not only available online, but were also available in print here as well. If I can encourage people to make a point of going and visiting the exhibitors downstairs before conference finishes. There is also a lunchtime fringe event, but we will recommence in the auditorium after lunch. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, conference. Sorry we're starting a few moments late. I was just making sure people had time to get back in from fringes. We're now moving on to SC6, which is titled Supporting Scotland's Flood Risk Communities. So can I ask Councillor Ed Thornley from Edinburgh West to stand by, and I now call Willie Rennie MSP to move the motion.
Good afternoon. Nothing like a flooding speech for your post-lunch exercise. I want to tell you about a really quite traumatic experience in North East Fife just at Christmas. 2 days after Christmas, there was Storm Gerrit, and Amelia, who's 7 years old, woke up to her Christmas presents floating in the living room downstairs. There was another house with Nina, who was about to sell her house and had the deal done, not quite signed, for the house to be sold, and it was flooded with water. We had somebody else whose fridge was floating in their living room, 2 foot of water he woke up to in the morning, no signs that this was going to be happening. These people went through a really traumatic experience, and their anger has really grown ever since because of the inaction from the government. Now, the first thing I want to do is thank John Swinney. It's not something I often do, but this week John Swinney agreed eventually to my request for the victims of flooding in Cooper to receive the same funding as those in Angus. Now, bizarrely, the system, let's do a round of applause, Who would have thought Lib Dem Conference would applaud John Swinney, but anyway. But bizarrely, the rules are that if the Met Office predicts that it's going to be an amber weather event and you are flooded, you will get money. If it's judged to be a forecast of a yellow weather event, you don't get any money. Now, both houses might have 2 foot of water in them, but the Met Office hold all the powers to determine whether you're going to get the money. The system is nonsense. And thankfully, John Swinney overrode that and gave the money to the victims in Cooper. But the residents there are fed up with the sympathy, because what we often get is, whenever we raise this, the ministers go, we've got ultimate sympathy for all the people who've been flooded out, and that's where it ends. Because sympathy is used as an alternative to actually doing something. Now, the thing that I've discovered through all of this is there is no plan, there is no river basement action plan to determine how you manage water courses, natural management. I'm not talking about big flood defence schemes that take years to plan and cost millions of pounds. This is natural river basin management. And there's 2 bits. There's downstream and there's upstream. Downstream, where the water's near people's houses, you want the water away as quickly as possible. When it's upstream, you want the sponginess to hold the water back, right? But the SEPA take the view that dredging or clearing out the river downstream doesn't really have any effect. But they're not against it. They're just saying generally it doesn't work, apart from in the right places. So you go to them and say, where are the right places? And they say, well, that's up to the farmers or the landowners to apply. And then the landowners say, I'm not going to bother because I know I'm going to get rejected by SEPA. Because generally that's what often happens. So then they say, and there's no point in dredging upstream if you're not going to dredge downstream, because all it does is it floods the areas downstream. So you think, maybe a plan is required from the bottom to the top. And they say, no, that's not our job. We're not going to do that. It's up to the individual landowners to apply for a licence that they think they might not get, that they have to incur the expenditure themselves to protect their own land and protect their own communities. So it's all left up to them in a laissez-faire approach to it. So I'm arguing for a plan from top to bottom to make sure that we identify the areas for clearing. Now, I have come together with farmers and landowners east of Cooper to do exactly that. Now, why has it come to an MSP together with a drainage contractor and a farmer to work out where we should be doing that? This is the responsibility of the government, to work out a plan to protect the community so we don't spend millions, but we do what's possible naturally. Now, the second part of the problem is that if you go upstream, because we hear lots of good evidence from places like Eddleston in the Borders, where they've done some cracking work in Eddleston to hold the water back. They've put meanders into the river, they've planted trees, they have, as I described, sponginess. Hold the water back as much as possible. It only seems to work there. And the advice that's available is inconsistent. So for an arable area like Northeast Fife, where they do work the land a lot for vegetables and arable crops and so on, there's not an awful lot of organic material in the soil, and they want the water away from their fields as quickly as possible. So that's what they want to happen. But the advice you get is, what we need to do is plant trees and hedges, we put more organic content in the soil to hold the water back. But the farmers say, if you plant trees along there, it'll just block my drains, and it'll just flood the fields. And who's going to pay for my fields? Because that's going to grow the cabbages and the broccoli that actually drives the food sector in Scotland. Who's going to pay for that? Government said it's not our responsibility to do that. So the farm support scheme isn't set up to drive the advice, but also to drive the finance. So that needs to change as well. So downstream, in terms of clearing the rivers, we need to have a plan, identify the hotspots, make sure that we're looking at it corporately from bottom to top. But then upstream, in the fields, holding the water back as much as possible. But it's just slopey shoulders when it comes to government. They find it really difficult to come together and work out what kind of plan that we need for the country. So I'm arguing in this motion today that government should take responsibility, should develop a plan to give the right advice, to put the right grant scheme in place, to provide the support, to put the floodplains in place if that's what's required, rather than just leaving it to chance. Because Amelia is expecting a wee brother or sister soon, because her mum's expecting a child. And I don't want that brother or sister to be afraid of the rain in the way that Amelia is afraid. And I want Nina to be able to sell her house. And I want to make sure that Matt, who had that fridge floating in his living room, isn't afraid of water anymore, and they've got a good chance of living a good, healthy life. But so far, they are just angry, because despite all the talk and all the good evidence, nothing happens. So let's get something done. Let's build on the decision of John Swinney this week to provide the grant support. And if we can do that, we've actually got a relatively inexpensive way of doing quite a lot to mitigate the floods. And if we do that, we'll have done something good for the people in Cooper, along the River Eden, but also in the rest of the country as well. Thank you very much.
Before I call the next speaker, can I just say we have had quite a lot of cards in, so if you're called, can I ask you to please try and keep to time? Can I ask Councillor Liz Barrett from Perth and Kinross to stand by, and I now call Councillor Ed Thornley from Edinburgh West.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm really glad to see this motion come forward, particularly relating where it does to local government and availability of funding. In Edinburgh, Lib Dem councillors have been fighting for years to address flooding issues across the city. In North Gyle, in my own ward, in Kirkliston and Craigleith, just a few examples. 2 years ago, when we passed a Liberal Democrat budget as the third largest party from opposition, we allocated we allocated real resource to tackling the problems that we were seeing in the city for the first time. And suddenly, all the other parties wanted in, and they're interested in combating flooding and bringing forward funding proposals for the areas that they represented. But that's the core issue at the moment, is that funding options are simply not there. Local authorities can allocate funding as best they can, and we will continue to argue for that in Edinburgh, but their own strapped resources inevitably lead to communities having to pitch against each other for that money. Bodies like SEPA and the Scottish Flood Forum can provide a great job of, do a great job of providing advice and indeed helping establish vital community groups like the North Gyle Community Flood Group I've been working with. But all real changes and mitigations are dependent on funding being made available, and that takes a political choice. So Conference, please support the motion, but especially lines 27 to 29, to make proper resource available to support communities at serious risk. Thank you.
Can I now ask Conrad Wood from Aberdeenshire East to stand by? And I now call Councillor Liz Barrett from Perth and Kinross, who is a first-time speaker at conference.
Thanks, Fraser. Not quite first time, but it was about 40 years ago, so it doesn't really count. Conference, our climate is changing, and the impact on people across Scotland isn't just financial, as Willie set out, but the great stress and anxiety suffered by those at risk every time heavier prolonged rains forecast, and let's face it, in Scotland, that's quite a lot of the time. Willie's spoken of the impacts of Fife, and in my ward in Perth City South, we've seen 3 serious floods in 3 years. I've seen the heartbreaking devastation, and I've faced the anger of the lady whose flat has been flooded 3 times and she can't afford insurance. I've seen the fear and misery of a couple in their 80s with the water gushing through the foundations of their house and out the front through the air bricks, and their beautiful garden under 4 feet. I've seen the childminder whose garden's been contaminated with sewage several times, putting her business at risk. And the family who suffered years of misery as their home was flooded with sewer water multiple times. But they see themselves as very lucky because they were able to spend a small inheritance on protection equipment. I salute them. They then went on to get the community together to set up Perth Community Flood Aid Group. And I was delighted that the local council could help them secure some funding. But as Ed said, in the face of cuts to local authorities and yet another council tax freeze, local authorities just cannot afford to provide the protection that our communities desperately need. I should say councils are also still waiting for the Scottish Government to make a decision to confirm the funding arrangements on flood risk management schemes. The previous arrangements expired in 2022. Local authorities still don't know if or when we'll have funding from the Scottish Government for schemes that have been approved for implementation in 2022 to 28. And in Perth and Kinross, I was pleased that we approved a scheme that could help some of the people I've been speaking about, but it can't even be considered for funding until 2028. I'd really like to see action on this, but given the SNP government's record on taking difficult decisions, I'm not holding my breath. It's crazy, it's frustrating, and it's really hard to explain this to the residents. Conference, homeowners and businesses desperately need joined-up action and a plan, the direct funding and other measures that are set out in this motion, and I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Can I now ask Daniel John O'Malley from Glasgow to stand by? And can I call Conrad Wood, who is our candidate for Gordon and Buchan?
Ladies and gentlemen, flooding and the risks of flooding are a major concern to people in Gordon and Buchan, so much so that one local party is making it front page news to come up with a solution. As I'm sure you'll hear, myself and Michael Turvey have written to Scottish ministers asking for additional funding to support flood protection schemes in Gordon and Buchan and in Michael's ward of West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine. I wholeheartedly support Willie's proposals. A plan for how we manage our rivers is just common sense. And as we head into changing uncertain times in terms of the climate, we do need plans, and this one makes complete sense. What I would say, though, is it's not just about rivers. One of the major risk sources for flooding in coming years is about off-flow water, sudden flash floods. And it's about this I'm going to talk about today. On a recent campaign activity going to try and campaign against the whisky tax introduced by the Conservatives, I was out with our great councillor for Huntly, Strathbogie and the Howe of Athod, which I also struggle with if I had a few whiskies, Jeff. Jeff pulled me to the side and said, "Conrad, I'd like you to come meet someone." We went to the house of a lady in a small hamlet in the middle of Aberdeenshire. We knocked on the door. And she answered the door, and she told us her story about how water runs off the field in front of her house when it's been raining, heavy rain, obviously. And it doesn't just stop at the end of the river. There is no ditch, there's no gully. It pours across the road, across the pavement, and straight onto her house. A small curb has been built previously, and that worked for a couple of years, but now the rain's harder and more frequent, and the curb that was built, she's worried is going to get overwhelmed. So much so, she says, that whenever there's a storm, whenever there's weather forecast, she simply cannot sleep. These modifications aren't difficult to do, but we need to establish who's responsible. We need a plan for how we ensure that we deal with these risks, both large in rivers, but small in water or surface flooding, because the costs of dealing with it after it's occurred are more both financially and emotionally than the cost of dealing with this up front for a properly well-structured plan. So I fully support the motion. I ask you to do so as well. Thank you very much.
Can I now ask Councillor Margaret Kennedy from North East Fife to stand by, and I call Daniel John O'Malley from Glasgow.
Thank you, Conference. I want to start by thanking Willie and Wendy Chamberlain for bringing this motion forward to Conference. This highlights the work that they are doing in their communities in North East Fife to stand up for their local communities. While Willie Rennie and Wendy Chamberlain were fighting on the issue of flood risk support for communities impacted by Storm Babette and Storm Garrett, the SNP spent the beginning of this year fighting internally, externally, and all which way over who should sit in Bute House again. On the 8th of May, about 40 years at the top of the SNP, John Swinney finally became the third First Minister since 2021, so congratulations to him on that. And not even a week later, one of the first things he did, John Swinney wrote to Willie Rennie to agree to finally provide the much-needed support of £3,000 to businesses and £1,000 to residents who have been flooded out of their homes and premises. And we heard from Willie how this has affected people in North East Fife, and we've heard from Conrad how this is affecting people in the North East of Scotland as well. This motion will bring forward a vital policy for many of the communities we as Liberal Democrats represent. And it comes from hard work that's already being done. This isn't pie in the sky thinking. This is real policy that is being done, that comes from work that our representatives are doing. And as Willie said in his proposal, this is all about planning. He gave us a great speech of why we need a plan for river catchment, which I didn't actually know in that much depth, so it's great to understand that. It's another example, though, of where the SNP is failing Scotland. It's another example of where we don't have a plan. So my recommendation for Willie, on top of all the work he is doing, is if we want to get a river catchment plan, maybe he should suggest that the SNP government come up with a river catchment plan for an independent Scotland, and they'll write a proposal, and he'll have to talk to it in Parliament, which I know he really much enjoys doing. Conference, I commend this motion fully to you, because it speaks to our core values of supporting local communities and highlighting what we do best, which is fighting for rural Scotland and for communities that are affected in this way. Thank you.
Can I now ask Councillor Jeff Goodhall from Aberdeenshire East to stand by, and I now call Councillor Margaret Kennedy from North East Fife.
Thank you. Afternoon, Conference. As one of the local members for Cooper, it was quite alarming experience to witness what some of my constituents went through in December last year. And as Willie very eloquently put, there's a huge amount of anger. And the anger wasn't just as an aftermath, the anger was there prior to the event, because they could see what some of the challenges were, and they didn't feel that the statutory bodies were listening to them. And we are very grateful, obviously, that the money has come from the Scottish Government, but that's down to Willie's tenacity in fighting for that. We had proposed and was a motion to full council last Thursday, which through some negotiation with the other parties we had successfully accepted. And I'm going to read a section of that proposed motion, which I proposed there because I feel it fits well with this in terms of the expectation around our national agencies being much more collaborative. So local authorities are responsible for managing flooding from rivers, the sea and surface water caused by severe rainfall. It's the responsibility of local authorities to implement and maintain flood protection actions set out in the local flood risk management plans. Local authorities also inspect, clear and repair watercourses to reduce flood risk and manage the drainage of road gullies on public roads and highways. That's a massive expectation on one body, albeit there's 32 of them. But given they're not single-issue bodies, the burden on resources, people and financial is astronomical, depending on the local area and local authority area, and certainly for Fife being the third largest local authority with a fairly extensive coastline, it's pretty significant. Flood Risk Management Scotland Act 2009 does not seek silo working, rather it directs and supports a risk-based, evidence-led and collaborative approach to managing flood risks across Scotland. The importance of the relevant agencies, along with the Scottish Government, working and planning together cannot be underestimated. Generally, capital or works programmes get planned and executed in isolation. We need much more uniform and collaborative approach to that. The final point I'd like to make, conference, is very much in relation to the river catchment plans. As Willie has said, there's never been any direction nationally from our government, particularly in showing leadership in respect of this, and much of it ends up being left to communities to drive forward. So in Cooper itself, a local group there has set up what's called the River Eden Sustainability Partnership, which I actively support. And this is very much about river management from source to sea, because as Willie rightly points out, one piece of work done here will have a potential impact to further down the river. So that it's extremely important that we look at it from a whole systems approach or a whole river approach and not look at things in isolation. So, conference, I highly commend this motion to you and seek your support. Thank you.
Can I now ask David Evans from Aberdeenshire East to stand by, and I call Councillor Jeff Goodhall from Aberdeenshire East.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm thoroughly in favour of this motion. As a member of the administration of Aberdeenshire Council, there's 14 of us. We do a very good job, and we've actually got the backhanded compliment from Councillor Gwyneth Petrie, SNP, who is in opposition, of stating publicly that we are in control of Aberdeenshire Council, and that is absolutely true. So that's a big up for us. Come on, Aberdeenshire East guys, go for it. I've got a lot of personal experience in this area of flooding. In my patch, Ward 14, as Conrad has said, we've got lots of individual flooding incidents. Last weekend was a cracker. We had a flash flood, thunderstorms and all the rest of it in Afford. And I was sitting down to my dinner at 7 o'clock at night, and constituents started to phone me. Call after call, do something, sort this out, what can you do? Earn your big salary. Do it. And I thought, right, what can I do? Phone the council. What they tell me, phone the Aberdeenshire Council, we ain't got the money, there's no directive, we don't do things like that. Phone 101. I phone 101, 101 says phone 999. 999 says it's nothing to do with us, please phone the fire brigade. I phoned the only 24-hour station we have in Aberdeenshire, in Peterhead, and they said, sorry, we'd love to help, we can get the pumps out to help the flooding in Afford, which was massive, it was coming down the hill, into people's houses, into shops, but no life and limb was threatened, so they wouldn't move, and they wouldn't move because they wanted instruction from Dundee. I phoned Dundee, and Dundee tell me, I'm sorry, but we'd love to help, but we can't do it because we have a structure, a centralised structure, that says we can't move until we get a message from 999. So, big circle, nothing happened. So what we had to do was organise local folk, and this is my point. Local folk got together, and we cleared the blockage on the culvert, and it stopped the flood. That was good. We cleaned up afterwards, that's great. But we have lots of resilience plans in Aberdeenshire Council for winter, but we have no resilience plans for during the summer and for emergencies like this. And that's what I would like to see tacked onto what you're doing, Millie. We need resilience plans 24/7, 365 days of a year. And that has to be put in place so people know who to contact, what to do, where the gear is, and all the rest of it. But I thoroughly endorse this motion, and thank you, Willie, for bringing it to our attention.
Can I ask Jenny Lang, who has put down her local party as convener Scottish Party, to stand by? And can I call David Evans from Aberdeenshire East?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Willie and Wendy for bringing this motion that recognises the risk of flooding in communities right across Scotland, including, as Conrad and Jeff have already spoken to, and I'm sure Michael will shortly, for communities in his patch in the northeast, including Inverurie, Ellen even, Brecons and Stonehaven. While SNP ministers might be too keen to turn up in their Hunter Wellies and Barber jackets, Willie Rennie will show up, presumably in running gear, to secure grants for businesses and homeowners right in his constituency. The changing nature of our climate means that in the next 50 years, 110,000 additional properties will be at risk of flooding. That's more than 300,000 by 2080. In addition, 17 years of SNP mismanagement have seen flood protection schemes delayed and undelivered, and basic waterway management not undertaken. Under the Scottish Liberal Democrats, this doesn't happen, as colleagues from right across Scotland have already talked about today. So I heartily endorse this motion. Thank you, Conference.
Can I ask Michael Turvey from Aberdeenshire West to stand by? And I now call Jenny Lang, the convener of the Scottish Party.
Thank you very much. It's a really important motion. I really urge you to support it. I work for a whisky company, and for those of you who know whisky, it's made of three things, and that's water, barley, and yeast. And the whisky industry worked really closely with the barley farmers, but over the last 18 months, climate change and flooding has made that really difficult for them. We have really high standards. We want to export the finest whisky, and that requires the very best barley. And that means we ask a lot of those farmers, we ask for the very best fertilisers that cost significantly more in order to get that really good quality. And to give you the story of one of the barley farmers, the flooding meant that it took later, he was 5 months late in putting the barley into the ground. And by being 5 months late, the barley that grew wasn't the right quality. And so he was really nervous. He wasn't going to meet that quality standard, which meant that he was going to lose around about £100,000 because that could only go to animal feed. It couldn't go to the whisky industry. And so that expensive fertiliser is essentially going to feed cows and sheep. But by losing £100,000, it means he didn't have the money to then pay for the fertilisers and the barley to put in the ground for the next year. So it becomes a vicious cycle. So this is really, really urgent. We really need to support the farmers. We really need to help them because this could actually hugely damage our barley farmers. And not least, we're already under pressure because so much of our country's barley come from Ukraine. So we really must support them, and I really urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Can I ask Councillor Kevin Lang from Edinburgh West to stand by? And I now call Michael Turvey from Aberdeenshire West.
Thank you, Conference. We often have motions here that we can all agree on, and I think this is one of them, but it's an incredibly important one. In my constituency, we have had someone die in the last year as a result of flooding. That was Mr. Peter Pelling, aged 61, who died in Marykirk. The circumstances, insofar as I understand them from the police, are that the water swept away, and I've been down to the site there, swept away the ground underneath the road. The road then collapsed, and he fell, and his vehicle fell into the water, and he sadly later died. This felt particularly close to home for me because almost exactly the same thing happened at the site of the bridge in front of our house at Mill of Blary-Drine. And there we saw, again, the floodwaters swept out from under the road, and one of my neighbours who was driving across it in a tractor realised the hazard. Unfortunately, I think just the sheer number of wheels he had on the road meant that he didn't fall through and suffer the same fate. So this is an incredibly significant issue. It turns people's lives upside down, and people do die. I fully support everything that Willie Rennie said about the full catchment area plan. I think that's absolutely essential. What we do also need to recognise, however, is that there are some hard infrastructure items that also need urgent attention. Bridges and the roads either side of bridges incredibly important that these are fortified. Right now, in Aboyne, we have communities divided because their bridge is out of commission, again, due to the damage that was done. And it's a huge recovery from that. The same up in Banff, very similar issues there. So this is incredibly problematic, and it needs very serious funding to be able to address these issues. So Conrad and I, we've worked together and calculated what that would require in Aberdeenshire, and the figure we arrived at was £250 million. That is in terms of taking care of the bridges that have been damaged, and it's taking care of significant flood defences where those are required. So there is an enormous issue to tackle here, and there are multiple facets to it. And I would really like to see that this become an ongoing theme for our party, where we build on the good work that Willie Rennie has done and make sure that we are in a position to defend our communities going forward. Thank you.
Can I now ask Wendy Chamberlain, MP, to stand by to summate the motion? And I call Councillor Kevin Lang from Edinburgh West.
Thanks very much, Fraser. Conference, there was one particular word that Willie used in his proposing speech that I think is especially important and really resonated with me. It wasn't sponginess, although if you did have sponginess on your bingo card from Willie Rennie, congratulations, because no one saw that coming. But it was fear. And I see this in communities in my ward that I represent. Fear. Fear now every time it rains. And just imagine the anxiety, the worry, the fear when you just don't know what's going to happen in a few hours' time, when the rain's going to stop, but the consequences of the rain are still to come. And why this motion is so important is because we know that if we don't do this better, it's going to get worse. More people in more communities are not just going to experience the fear, they're going to experience the consequences. And we've heard about households, businesses, a nursery, the only nursery in Kirkliston in my ward that was devastated by flooding. So you're talking about community facilities as well. One point that Ed Thornley made early on that I want to finish on is about the importance of local government funding. This is yet another one of those areas where local government is being asked to fix the problem and isn't being given the money to do so. And the one new thing that's perhaps not been mentioned in this debate that I think is also important, when we talk about resource in local government, it's also about building up the expertise within officers who work in local government. Because this is growing as an issue, and we do need to make sure that we've got the right people with the right training, the right understanding, the right expertise to be able to work with communities in Edinburgh, in my ward, but right across Scotland. So please support this motion today, and please also, in our wards, in our constituencies, in our regions, keep up the pressure on this SNP government, not only to provide the funding that is necessary, but also to make sure that local government is given the resource in people as well to make sure that we do this a heck of a lot better than we're doing right now. Thank you very much.
And I now call Wendy Chamberlain MP to summate the motion.
Good afternoon, conference. This has been a very well subscribed debate, and I think that speaks to the fact that this is an issue not just in North East Fife that Willie and I represent, but across Scotland. And I think if I turn to the remarks from Kevin Lang, that fear is very real and it's very palpable, and indeed things are going to get worse unless we do something. And today's motion sets out what we can start to be doing and what Willie is already leading from on in relation to North East Fife. I think what Margaret Kennedy said is very important, that it's not just about the farmers and the landowners and the local authorities, but it's about communities. We all have people in our communities who care about climate change, who care about the environment, and we need to ensure that anything we're doing is taking those people with us. They need to understand that dredging is not necessarily a bad thing, but done in the right place at the right time, it is important. And in terms of farmers, they have concerns obviously about water coming onto their fields, but they also are concerned about the fact that the changing nature of our climate means that means that they are likely to have bans on water extraction during the summer months, just at the point when broccoli and those other produce need support. So this is about bringing people together, which is just, dare I say it, classic Lib Dems, working with local communities, understanding local communities, and I think that's so telling in terms of the contributions that we've had today. For Ed, those flood issues across the city, those are absolutely right, and I certainly recall in Largo, in my constituency, not in Willie's North East Fife, speaking to an elderly resident who it's simply a blocked drain at the end of her cul-de-sac that is causing the issues. So it's not just about that river management, but it's also about that administration of just getting drains cleared. And we know the budget cuts that local authorities have been facing are a big part of that. And Liz was right to call out the long-term financial impact for individuals, not being able to get insurance, not being able to sell their houses, not even being able to get a mortgage. And as well as that, she touched on the health implications of sewage and well-being. I think it's really important that we always remember when flood gets into people's house, it's not clean water whereas you've left the tap running. It is sewage, it is bacteria, and as we're seeing in other parts of the UK, it's parasites as well. And Daniel rightly pointed out that lack of a plan clearly within the SNP. And for Conrad, he touched on about how we ensure that people are responsible for the land. Again, in North East Fife, we've had problems with storm surges and damaging the seawall in Pittenweem, for example. That's another impact of climate. But trying to actually find out who is responsible for the seawall meant there was delays in getting the initial repairs done. And it was literally a case of Willie and I were saying, can we just get on and get it done? Because we need to ensure that there's not further damage as a result of not making the correct repairs. Jeff, I think your comments just really demonstrated the dysfunction that we are seeing. I mean, as a former police officer, I accepted that we were the plaster emergency service. You know, we don't know what else to do, we'll phone the police. But, you know, I suspect that using police to lay sandbags is probably not a good use of resources. And David, your comment that 1 in 10 homes is at increased risk of flooding really brings home why this is something that absolutely cannot wait. Jenny, the business impact, vital, totally important. We need to ensure that this is not just something that sits with government, it's about how everybody can play their parts. And the final point that I want to, or the final 2 points is, Michael, the human costs, the deaths, that came through very powerfully in your contribution. And for Kevin, that expertise in local government. We've just lost one of our senior people in Fife Council to Perth and Kinross. If we do not build the expertise, we will lose the ability for local authorities and government more generally to be able to deal with this issue. So please support the motion. Help us support our local communities. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Wendy, and thank you to all of the speakers for keeping so well to time. I was able to call everyone who had put in a card, so thank you for that. We're now going to move to a vote. It's a very simple vote on this motion. There are no amendments or any separate lines. So can I ask you, if you wish to vote, Paul McGarry, you will need to be seated in the auditorium. So if you can please raise your card to vote, please make sure the side that says voting is facing towards me. So can I see votes in favour of the motion? And any votes against the motion? That is overwhelmingly carried. Thank you very much, Conference. I am now passing on to Andy Williamson to chair the next item.
I'm a big fan of American politics and history. And maybe it's because we're in Hamilton, or maybe it's because we're led by Mr. Cole Hamilton, that I've been thinking this weekend about the American founding father, Alexander Hamilton. Hamilton was a pivotal figure in the American Republic because he demonstrated that a new constitution was formed not only of the laws and the structures, but also of the character of the statesman in its formative early years. Similarly, Lord Wallace is one of the founding fathers of the Holyrood system. He battled for its creation, he negotiated over the political framework, but most importantly, he set the tone for how the Parliament could operate when it was at its best. Of course, it does bear mentioning a key difference. Alexander Hamilton was killed in a duel fighting against a political rival. None of my research could confirm Lord Wallace's history of dueling. It may seem a distant memory now, but that first decade of Holyrood was marked by consensus and cross-party policymaking. This was due in no small part to Lord Wallace's time as Deputy First Minister and leader of our party and coalition. His decision-making and conduct in office played a huge role in shaping the development of the Holyrood system. We are coming up on the 25th birthday of the Scottish Parliament, and so it is with great pleasure that I introduce one of Holyrood's founding fathers, Lord Jim Wallace.
Conference, thank you very much for that very warm introduction. It's much appreciated. When I looked at what the order of business was, I noticed that immediately before me there was a debate on flooding. Now, for some of you who've got a sort of historical international perspective, my immediate thought was après le déluge moi. Some of you get it, yeah? But I'm very grateful for this invitation to speak. When you think about it, there's something about our society, and not just Britain or Scotland, that we've got a fascination with anniversaries which end in a 5 or a 0. I once heard the late Reverend Gillespie Macmillan, who was a minister of St Giles Cathedral, say how often he was invited to preach at 100th, 150th, 200th anniversary of a church congregation. But he added that if he was ever invited to speak at the 129th anniversary, he would accept by return. Now, I think 25 years, however, is as good an opportunity as any to reflect on the Scottish Parliament, what Donald Dewar described as a new voice in the land, to reflect on its successes, where it has fallen short of our expectations, and what contribution our party has made during these 25 years, and indeed before 1999, in helping to create and shape the Parliament. And when I was thinking about this, 3 very particular memories came to mind. Firstly, as an 11-year-old in my final year at primary school, I was so fascinated by the 1996 general election, and I've been a sad anorak for a long time, and I used to wait outside the school gates to get the autographs of the candidates who were arriving for their election meetings. Recognizing this political interest, my father decided to take me to a meeting, and it was the Liberal candidate Roy Semple's eve of poll meeting. As I remember my father saying, "It will be safe, there won't be many people there." One vivid memory of that evening was learning that the policy of the Liberal Party was to a strong Scottish Parliament within a united kingdom. I thought it was a good idea then, and I still think it's a good idea today. 6 years later, I joined the Scottish Liberal Party, having read Russell Johnston's pamphlet, To Be a Liberal. And one of the real privileges of my life was to lead the party I joined at the age of 17 into the Scottish Parliament, a parliament which distinguished predecessors had campaigned for, and which we as a party through the Constitutional Convention had done so much to shape. And not only into Parliament, but into government too. I have another memory of sitting on the terrace of the House of Commons in and about 1996, 97, 98, and being lobbied by those who sought implementation of a Scottish Law Commission report on facilitating the legal procedures relating to adults who lack the capacity to enter into legal transactions. The prospect of the Westminster Parliament finding the time to legislate for such an exclusively Scottish reform seemed very remote. But within weeks of the Scottish Parliament obtaining its powers on the 1st of July 1999, I had the privilege of bringing in the bill to advance that reform. And my third memory was walking with my daughters from the place of the old Scottish Parliament in Parliament Hall, adjourned in 1707, to the site, albeit the temporary site, of the new Parliament for the official opening by the late Queen Elizabeth. Many of us had campaigned for a family-friendly Parliament, and many of us were determined that our children should be able to accompany us at the opening. The presiding officer, David Steele, however, was under pressure from the General Officer commanding Scotland not to have children in the procession because it could upset the careful timing of the event. My wife wrote an impassioned letter to David, making the case for the inclusion of children, and as David Steele confessed to me, when under pressure from the GOC Scotland on the one hand and Rosie Wallace on the other, there was only one possible outcome, and our children processed with us. At long last, on that day we had a Parliament for which Liberals and Liberal Democrats had campaigned for over a century. And as the Scottish Liberal Democrat who had the privilege of leading the party into that Parliament and then into government, I recognise even today how much we owe to people like Joe Grimmond, Russell Johnson, David Steele, Johnny Bannerman, and countless other stalwart people who kept the fire of Home Rule burning during some very difficult and unrewarding times. But as time marches on, I feel we need to remind people as to why we campaigned for a Scottish Parliament within the United Kingdom. Just over 10 years ago, as Advocate General for Scotland, I was invited to address a class of first-year law students at Aberdeen University. Before going in, the head of the law school took me aside and said, "Just be aware, most of your audience can't remember a Scotland without a Scottish Parliament." And that was 10 years ago. Today we have a new generation of young Scots who take the Parliament's existence just for granted. We have a generation, many of whom will be very politically aware, but who have no memory of the time when, if Westminster, if we were lucky, might deal with 2 exclusively Scottish bills in a year. We were proud of our distinctive Scottish legal system, but conscious that these were days when it was a distinctive legal system without a distinctive legislature. And let's recall that the first act of the Scottish Parliament plugged a legal loophole which had led to a man who'd pled guilty to killing a neighbour being released from the state hospital at Carstairs. Most commentators agreed that Westminster couldn't nor wouldn't have acted so expeditiously. And in the years which followed, Liberal Democrats in government contributed to an overhaul of mental health legislation. We implemented the Scottish Law Commission reports on the abolition of the feudal system, which England had done in 1290. And we modernised the law relating to tenanted property. We gave communities the right to buy land, and we gave individuals the right of responsible access over land. We established national parks in a country which gave the world John Muir, who actually originated the idea of national parks, but had never had any in his own country. We introduced free bus travel for older people, free eye and dental checks. We abolished tuition fees, and don't let anyone tell you from any other party that it was them that did it. And we introduced free personal care for the elderly and proper proportional representation for local government elections. I will spare the blushes of some people here by not revealing which Liberal Democrat council group said to me, "You're not serious about it, are you?" Perhaps most significantly, particularly in public health terms, was the ban on smoking in public places. We blazed the trail and the rest of Britain followed. But it wasn't that the 1998 Scotland Act was a static settlement. It's a Home Rule settlement which has shown itself to be flexible in meeting Scotland's needs and opportunities. From the early devolution of powers which allow Scottish ministers to develop our renewable energy resources, through subsequent transfer of powers which paved the way for renewing Scotland's rail infrastructure, and enacting a more liberal freedom of information regime than was done in the UK as a whole. And the powers of the Parliament were further in Acts of 2012 and 2016. But we also believe that there are matters which are much better dealt with at the United Kingdom level. Security and defence, sharing risk amongst a population of over 60 million people, not least when it comes to addressing economic and health consequences of global pandemic and the development of effective vaccines. And if you wish a list of the other benefits of being part of a wider United Kingdom, look no further than the Scottish Government's doorstopper of a white paper ahead of the 2014 referendum. Such has been the success of the United Kingdom that in that white paper, the Yes campaign wanted to keep much of it: the monarchy, the currency, the Bank of England, the National Lottery, the NHS Blood Transfusion and Transplant Service, the Royal Mint, research councils, the Air Accident Investigation Branch, the Marine Accident Investigation Branch, the Committee on Radioactive Waste Management, the Met Office, the Hydrographic Office, DVLA, and don't forget, even Strictly Come Dancing. But 25 years on, we need to recognise some of the deficiencies which have crept in. At the Parliament's outset, the committee system was seen as being a way in which we could differentiate ourselves from Westminster in a very positive way, and particularly important given there was no second chamber. In a Parliament where every party was a minority party, the committees, in theory at least, could be powerful bodies, holding the executive to account. And by giving committees both a legislative scrutiny and an investigative role, it was thought that a sense of collegiality among members might enhance their effectiveness and authority. And arguably, at first, it worked. In these early days, I consider the Scottish Parliament's committee system to be a marked improvement over what I had experienced in the House of Commons. In my experience in the Scottish Parliament, all committee members engaged in the process. And whilst ministers often succeeded, nothing could be taken for granted. Very often, a backbench amendment would only be withdrawn on undertakings of further consideration and of discussion with the member. And that was a considerable contrast with Westminster, as I had known it. And on several occasions, as a minister, I was on the receiving end of committee members' scrutiny, and I should add, not least by Liberal Democrat MSPs, asserting their independence from the executive. In 2000, the Cabinet voted against the inclusion of a religion question in the 2001 census. I had a very difficult time trying to justify that decision before the Equal Opportunities Committee. Indeed, so unpersuasive was I that I had to bring in legislation to meet the committee's will. Now, admittedly, today I'm looking at it from a distance, but I've heard sufficient people suggest in more recent times that such a spirit of committee independence has not been as obvious or robust. Dissent from government-supporting members seems to be frowned upon. Going forward, the committees surely must revive their robust and rigorous scrutiny of ministers, of their actions and of legislation, if for no other reason than it can actually lead to more effective legislation. Virtue signalling is not a good recipe for effective lawmaking. And in the meantime, Westminster can claim possibly to have leapfrogged Holyrood in terms of committee effectiveness. Holyrood committees could rediscover greater independence and learn lessons from Westminster with an innovation such as the election of committee chairs, which would continue to be allocated on a party basis, but the election of the chair by secret ballot of all MSPs. And at this time of reflection, there is a need to examine the relationship between local government and the Scottish Parliament. Many of us, I think, did nurse a fear that the arrival of the Scottish Parliament could pose a challenge to the standing of local government. Prior to the Parliament's creation, politicians on all sides talked, and I believe quite genuinely, about the need for a parity of esteem. But notwithstanding initiatives at the very outset to reduce ring fencing and to establish a power of local initiative, predictable tensions have emerged. The Constitutional Convention, whose final report is peppered with references to the European Charter on Local Self-Government, concluded that in any future review of local government, quote, the aim of the Parliament should be firstly to safeguard and, where possible, increase the area of discretion available at the level of the local authority. The story, however, of the Scottish Parliament under SNP administrations has been one of increasing centralisation. Local taxation is again dictated by central government. Police and fire services have been centralised in a way which hasn't exactly covered the idea in glory. I remember telling officials as the Justice Minister that they needn't bother bringing me any proposals for a unified Scottish police service because I wouldn't be interested in them. Local courts have been closed. Local government has been squeezed further than overall Holyrood expenditure, thus limiting the scope for local initiative. Anyone who believes in this decentralised decision-making, this is very troubling indeed. But the sad fact is that the issue of local government reform always raises the spectre of boundary changes, of altering the number of councils. Now, there may be limited scope for rationalising council boundaries, for example, to enhance cross-boundary cooperation in the provision of certain services, or to establish, where there is demand, new borough councils in some of the larger rural council areas, and then to devolve appropriate powers to them. However, a thoroughgoing reform of local government should look at reforms of council finances, both about the mode of local taxation and devising a way whereby local government can be less reliant on central government for its funding. A new balance between the Scottish Parliament and local government and local communities needs to be struck. Parliament, in partnership with local government, should have the confidence and the vision to ensure that the spirit of local government and local determination is revitalised. The extent to which Parliament can rise to the challenge of reforming local government finance and revitalising local democracy should be a measure of its success in the next quarter century, if not earlier. I took part in a discussion in the University of Edinburgh last Thursday with Nicola Sturgeon. The final question from the audience was whether in 25 years' time the Scottish political debate would be as polarised as it is today. Quite frankly, we don't know. But my response was that if Scotland is going to meet the challenges of the next 25 years, challenges of climate change, of an increasingly older population, of worker shortages, of the impact and implications of artificial intelligence, to name but a few, Scotland has to become less polarised and address these issues sensibly with rational debate. For me, the liberating feature of the 1999 Scottish election campaign was that after years of fighting general elections where the constitutional issue was never that far away, it was possible at long last to focus on issues such as education, such as housing, such as transport, such as health. We sought the Scottish Parliament not as an end in itself, but as a means to the end of serving Scotland's people and communities better, and not least through addressing people's priorities. But as we all know, the constitutional issue has dominated our politics again. I don't doubt John Swinney's sincerity when he says that he wants to unite Scotland for independence, but the reality is that he divides Scotland over independence. Our challenge as Scottish Liberal Democrats is to engage a new generation with stimulating ideas based on ideals as Joe Grimond did in the 1960s, as indeed we did as we worked up our manifestos for 1999 and 2003, and then implemented so much of them. Our liberal values are no less needed today, and arguably are more so. I believe our Liberal Democrat quest is to champion the freedom, the dignity and the well-being of individuals, whatever their creed, their colour, their nationality, their gender or their orientation. Ours is a belief that the state exists to serve the individual and not individuals to serve the state. That's why the state or nation is not my defining political entity. That's why I'm not a nationalist. And I've no doubt that under Alex Cole-Hamilton's leadership, this party will be able to translate our liberal values into an exciting agenda which can engage people's imaginations and give them positive reasons, not just to vote for us, but to see politics as a whole and the role of the Scottish Parliament as something that is very worthwhile and much to be valued. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, conference. We now come to the seventh and last motion of conference, and it's a great pleasure to direct you through the last debate, Boosting Literacy to Lift Attainment. The motion is itself written down, so that says something, I'm sure, somewhere. I'd like to let conference know that we have had a request for a separate vote. So if you turn to pages 37 and 38 of your agenda, and again, put your specs on because it's very, very small, you'll find that we have a request for a separate vote on lines 32 to 39. That is conference calls for 1, and also lines 47 and 48, that is to delete the words after literacy in line 47. This is not a test. I will be going through this again at the end, but this is to remind you, so if anyone wishes to put in a card on those particular lines, they're welcome to do so. Although we do have quite some cards, so if you want to be called, don't forget the back of your speaker's card. And obviously, if you tack a £50 note on it and give that to Kirsty, Kirsty will keep that, but will make sure the card comes up during the debate. So, if the movers of the motion, the amendment, and the separate vote are ready, I'd like to start by calling the mover of the motion, Kirsten Herbst-Taylor, from Dumfries and Galloway, to come forward. Can I ask Christine Jardine, Member of Parliament for Edinburgh West, to stand by to move the amendment? You'll find the amendment in your bulletin for today.
Today I'm privileged to speak to you on a matter of great importance, the critical role of literacy in achieving educational attainment and our calls for the Scottish Government to take urgent steps to raise attainment in education regardless of a young person's socio-economic background or their geographic location in Scotland. While our roles may vary and for many of us the days of school might long be gone, our commitment to education for the benefit of future generations and the society we live in unites us. As we delve deeper into the topic of literacy and its impact on attainment, it becomes evident that language proficiency is not only a tool for communication, but a gateway to knowledge acquisition and cognitive development. Research constantly demonstrates the correlation between strong literacy knowledge and skills and the academic success across all subjects. Whether it's interpreting mathematical word problems, comprehending historical texts, analyzing scientific findings, or learning a modern language, the ability to effectively navigate language is essential. Dr. Jim Scott gave evidence in Parliament about the changes in subject uptake as a consequence of Curriculum for Excellence. Mathematics, history, sciences, and modern languages at National 5 and higher level have lost a great number of learners, not just because of narrowing subject choices. These subjects are perceived as difficult. The consequence of falling literacy levels, proficiency in language, inadvertently promotes subjects which, one could argue, are more accessible. Practical subjects such as physical education, home economics, or photography, as per Dr. Scott's research, appear to be chosen instead. Therefore, I would urge Scottish Liberal Democrats to support this motion, which would fund an early intervention programme for pupils whose literacy knowledge and skills fall below age and stage expectations. However, achieving proficiency in language goes beyond the ability to string together coherent sentences. It includes a sound knowledge and understanding of the rules for spelling, punctuation, and grammar, the building blocks of effective communication. Mastery of these aspects of language gives pupils and everybody confidence to articulate their thoughts and ideas with clarity and precision. In our quest to ensure equitable access to quality education, it is imperative to advocate for a standardized approach to the teaching of the English language. A unified national approach can help address disparities and level the playing field for all students, regardless of their socio-economic background or geographic location. Conference, we should support this motion, which would establish a national literacy task force, a working group of early years, primary and secondary classroom practitioners, to develop a national strategy and a common approach to teaching all aspects of literacy in line with age and stage. While initiatives such as the Curriculum for Excellence in Scotland aim to promote a holistic and interdisciplinary approach to education, it is essential to acknowledge the difficulties of such frameworks in establishing a clear and consistent standard of achievement. The interpretation and implementation of the CFE levels of achievement can vary significantly between schools. Therefore, care must be taken when considering the December 2023 Literacy and Numeracy Statement of the Education Secretary with reference to achieved improvements. A joint effort to define and adhere to a national standard for English language proficiency is crucial in ensuring educational equity, raising attainment, and achieving academic excellence across all subjects. Conference, I urge you to support this motion, which would see the implementation of a national literacy programme of work in Scottish early years settings at kindergarten stage, primary and secondary schools. Please support the call for the Scottish Government to liaise with universities and training providers to ensure comprehensive training for all primary and secondary teachers on delivering all aspects of language. One powerful strategy in promoting literacy and language proficiency is the integration of daily reading out loud practices in classrooms. In December 2017, the Scottish Government published the Daily Mile with Young Children guidance. The benefits of regular daily exercise can be transferred to the benefits of regular daily reading out loud activities, which extend far beyond the acquisition of vocabulary. It cultivates critical thinking skills, fosters empathy and understanding, and nurtures a lifelong love for learning. Conference, please vote in favour of this motion, which will initiate and fully support a teacher-led role reading out loud every day initiative for early learning settings, primary and secondary school. In conclusion, the quest to raise attainment through boosting literacy is a complex endeavour that requires collective action and unwavering commitment. By prioritising language proficiency, advocating for a common national approach to the teaching of the English language, and embracing initiatives such as daily reading, we can empower individuals to reach their full potential and contribute meaningfully to society. Together, let us embark on this journey towards a future where every individual has the opportunity to thrive and succeed, regardless of the socio-economic background and geographic location. Thank you for your attention and dedication to this vital cause. I move the motion in my name.
Thank you very much. Can I call Christine Jardine to propose Amendment 1, which you will find in your bulletin, and will Robert Bell from Rutherglen and Hamilton West please stand by.
Thank you, Conference. I promise this is the last time I'm going to speak this weekend. I support this motion entirely. I think it's absolutely what we need to be focusing on for a children's future, but there's just one thing missing. If I tell you that I stand in front of you committed to this, not just as a Liberal, not just as someone who spent much of their childhood in our local library, but as a Dolly Parton fan, you might understand why this is so important to me. Our imagination libraries are based on the idea that children's futures is dependent on them having access to books. Because without books, we have no access to knowledge. Even in our internet world, the feel of a book, the turning of the page is vital. And for children to be able to go to their local library, get a book, it opens a window to the world for them and stimulates their imagination. But what we've seen in this country since 2009 is that the SNP's appalling attitude to local government funding, which we've heard so much about today already, has meant that we've lost a fifth of our libraries, our public libraries, because our councils don't have the money to keep them open. So I think we need to be committed to doing precisely that, to helping our councils, to helping them keep that vital opportunity for children available. Recognise that adequate library provision in schools and in the community is the basis of how we will provide our children with the knowledge that they will need, what they will need for learning, so that one day they'll tumble out of bed and stumble to the kitchen and pour themselves a cup of ambition and get out to work based on what they have learned from the books that their local authorities made available to them in their libraries. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Christine. And if you thought that was the last time you're speaking, I'd remind you you have the opportunity to summate on behalf of the amendment. If anyone wants to volunteer themselves to summate the amendment in Christine's name, you can again put 50 quid on the back of your speaker's card and give it to Kirsty. Can I ask Robert Bell from Rutherglen and Hamilton West to come to the podium to propose the separate vote? And will Karen Lindsay from West Lothian please stand by?
Good afternoon, Conference. Please forgive me if I don't appear to be looking directly at you. My eyesight is not too good at the moment, and I must refer to my notes. As a former teacher, I very much believe in literacy and welcome the motion as a whole, but I would argue reluctantly for the removal of lines 32 to 39 and separately for part of lines 47 to 48. The reasons are as follows. I find the wording of lines 32 to 36 confused and the grammatical connections within the sentence vague and ambiguous. While I think I see what the sentence is getting at, this makes me instinctively uneasy. For example, the function in the sentence of the words "a common approach," line 35, is not immediately clear. Further on in line 39, the words the government is tasked to act on, quotes, any such recommendation. This recommendation, so-called, has not been previously specified, nor where it has come from. I assume it's the result of what the task force has so-called allegedly explored, but this is not stated explicitly. And the motion is, after all, about literacy. A more general point is that a lot is already known and understood about the learning and teaching of literacy. When we already have colleges and universities to advise us, why do we need another quango to look at this? On both counts, I would therefore recommend the removal of lines 32 to 39 and the consequent renumbering of the other sections. The second point refers to lines 47 to 48. It's not explained here what is meant by, quotes, linguistic approaches, or, quotes, the scientific nature of language. I cannot think myself of what a non-linguistic approach would look like, and also until the scientific nature of language is explained, I have the uncomfortable feeling that somebody is trying to baffle me with science. For these reasons, I would therefore remove lines 47 to 48 after the word literacy. The basic problem we must remember, and this is referred to in the earlier part of the motion, is not so much the approach or methodology, but lack of resources and excessive class sizes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I call Karen Lindsay from West Lothian to the stand, and will Malcolm Wood from Edinburgh West please stand by?
Hello, conference. It is the most Lib Dem thing ever to have a motion on literacy criticised on literacy grounds, but we do love a good debate in this party. I wanted to support the library's amendment very much. I remember going as a 5-year-old with my granny to the library. In fact, before I was 5, going with her to the library, she would be finding all the family sagas in the largest print you could imagine. And I would be just going and exploring the children's section, picking up whatever I wanted, because you never really got the chance to do that at school. You'd always be prescribed to you what you were reading. But in the library, you could really just pick up anything and flick through it. And I think it's a habit that I wanted to continue with my own son. When he was a baby, I wheeled him into the library because I kind of thought it was better for him to have something better to read than, more exciting to read than Liberal Democrat leadership manifestos. No wonder he thinks he was brought up in a cult. And it's a habit that we still have to this day. He's 25 now, and we still go to the library together. But Caitlin Moran, the writer, she may never have got to where she did get to if she hadn't had access to her local libraries. Her family couldn't afford access to books, and she spent all her time as a young child in her local library. And I think we need to be quite creative about developing libraries kind of suitable for the 21st century, working in partnership, but the government really needs to fund councils to adequately so that they can provide this absolutely vital service. And just to have to say what Robert was saying, I read this and it actually made perfect sense to me. So I'm not, certainly just setting up a task force to look at all the issues, that kind of seemed quite a sensible and good evidence-based Lib Dem approach to me. So I hope you'll consider keeping those in. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Karen, can I ask Malcolm Wood from Edinburgh West to come forward? And will James McMordy, there you go. That's not literacy, is it? That's just being able to write. James McMordy from Borders, please stand by.
Thank you, Conference. I want to put in a positive word for Christine's amendment. My local library in Christine's constituency is currently closed due to crumbly concrete in its roof. And we feel the loss, so I would like to support that amendment. I also asked to speak in favour of line 37, so I'm against deleting those lines. I very much like the sound of this reading out loud everyday initiative for personal reasons. Of a very personal experience of a very similar scheme in New Zealand. I spent a year there when my younger son was 6. And when we left Scotland, he hadn't really got the hang of reading, and we would do a bit of practice with him now and then, but progress felt very slow. But when we got to the primary school in New Zealand, they set him a task, which was to read out loud to his parents for 5 minutes every day. And there was a little scorecard to fill in saying how many days in a row you'd managed, and this was a bit like a Duolingo streak, which hadn't yet become a thing by then. And this effectively became my homework. Not difficult, just listen to Eliot reading for 5 minutes at bedtime every day, and very easy to fit into a routine that previously had me reading to him for those 5 minutes. And this little scorecard made me feel accountable, so I made sure we didn't forget to do it. And surprise, surprise, his reading improved really quickly. So I think that initiative, simple initiative, was a huge benefit to my son. I can't imagine that it was expensive or time-consuming to administer, and I think it sounds like a great idea here in Scotland, so I think we should keep those lines. I have a small concern about the very last two lines of the motion, where we focus on people whose attainment is below average, and we're aiming for a high percentage of pupils achieving at least a low level, and that's very important. But also important is the percentage achieving a high level of attainment, because the next generation of Scottish lawyers will be drawn from the kids who came near the top in their high school English classes, the most literate kids. And my concern, based on what I see in my corner of Edinburgh, is that our state schools, I feel they're focusing so much on teaching the very basics that the brightest kids are maybe not being pushed hard enough. And you could ask why this matters. Isn't it more important that we focus on those in need of the basics? And partly, but we also care about social mobility. And my suspicion is that the bright kids at private schools are being pushed hard. And so the places at law school and the high-paying jobs that follow from those will disproportionately go to the kids whose parents were able to pay for those places at private school. And so the cycle of privilege gets further entrenched. Not a reason to oppose anything in this motion, just a concern that I have, and thank you for listening to it.
Thank you very much. Can I call James McMordy? Am I right? Up to the stand. Will Mike Anderson from North Edinburgh East and Leith please stand by?
Right. Thank you very much. I'm afraid that I rise to oppose this motion. I'm a teacher at Peebles High School. I teach modern studies and politics. And whilst every teacher, any teacher you speak to, will support boosting literacy, I feel like it's too complex a topic to try and fit into this motion. There's lots of parts of this motion I would like to pick apart, but I'm thinking about this National Literary Task Force. The first thing that leaps out to me as the leader of my school council is the lack of a role for young people. It's the first thing that inspectors are going to come into a school and ask you about. How is this learning student-led? What's the role of the kids in informing your practices? And there's no room here for young people to actually tell us what they need, what support they need. The teacher-led reading out aloud every day, it sounds great, but let me level with you. As a teacher, I'm already integrating the TIE campaign, Inclusive Education, which is great, and I'm very supportive of that. I'm already trying to bring children's rights into every lesson. Every lesson has to have learning intentions, success criteria, plenary. It has to have all these different things, and sometimes I just want to say, could we not trust teachers just to get on with it, right? What we really need, all we're really asking for as professionals, is time to plan, time to develop, smaller class sizes, and yeah, if you leave us to it and give us some ANA support, we'll be able to boost literacy. And that's why I'm a bit concerned about making this a national strategy, because what we really should be doing is empowering teachers in their classrooms to support their individual learners rather than coming up with a new national strategy. I'll tell you at the moment, we already have the First Minister's Maths Week, and it's great, but you know what? We know what our learners need. We don't need some kind of national ordained thing that we have to somehow squeeze into a busy work day. What we need is more help and support in helping the learners that we know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I call the last speaker from the floor, Mike Anderson, to the microphone? Christine, would you still like to summate your amendment? You would. Right, in which case, Christine Jardine, will you please stand by?
Good afternoon, conference. I have a secret that I don't usually share because I don't like to tell people because of stigma. But I have a learning difficulty. I have dyslexia, I battle to read, and I battle to write. This hasn't held me back in life. I have 2 degrees, and I was admitted as an attorney and worked in practice for many years. I learned to overcome these difficulties. The reason that I'm speaking today is specifically in relation to lines 37 to 39, and my worry is on the Reading Out Loud program. For me, reading out loud is specifically difficult and something that I always struggled with at school. It's something that in many instances put me off learning and could have very easily, without the use of fantastic teachers and support of my family, pushed me away and into a very different path in my life. So while I support the motion and very much also support the amendment, I want to say that I do have a problem with having a specific method of reaching literacy by saying reading out loud program, and I would prefer a more broad approach to that to recognize individual learning needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Can I call Christine up to summate for the amendment, which again you'll find in your bulletin? And can Kirsten please stand by to summate for the motion as a whole?
Thank you. This has been, I think, an excellent debate, and I don't think there's any doubt that we all want to lift attainment and improve literacy. I support the whole amendment, but I take the most recent speaker's point about reading out loud. I read out loud in class, and I appreciate that it might send you to the wrong place, but it might also help us pick up earlier if children have a problem with reading and what that problem is. So while I take that on board, I still think we need those lines in there because, as I say, I had to do reading out loud at class in school. It's a very long time ago. They seem to have dropped it. But it was important to me. And I was read to, like Karen mentioned, by my grandmother every night. She loved reading her stories. And I'd also like the point that Karen made about libraries opening education to people from harder hit socio-economic groups. I was the first in my family to go to university. A big part of that came from the way my parents encouraged me from an early age to go to the local library and to read and to pick up knowledge. And they encouraged me in school. They encouraged us in school at that time to be literate and to read. And literacy and numeracy were the foundation of everything. A report recently said that 1 in 5 Scottish children leave school functionally illiterate. Now that holds them back in life. That makes everything they want to do more difficult to attain. So if we're going to help them attain what so many of us have done, and let's face it, reading out loud is what I do for a living, and what every MP and MSP does for a living. We read out loud every day in the chamber. If we want to help them achieve that, or to become doctors, lawyers, teachers, they have to have the literacy and the access to the knowledge in books and on the internet that will help them get there. And why do I think a task force is important? Because we actually have to make the effort to make it happen. And we can leave it to teachers, and teachers do a great job. But we need to get in there, get to schools and say, what's going wrong? Why are we not achieving this? What can we do to help? And what can we do to make the improvement that we want to see for our children happen? So, conference, and I promise this is the very last time. No, it's not, Alistair says. Oh, yeah, it might be. Please support this amendment and this motion, because none of you, I don't think, would be sitting here today if you hadn't learned about liberalism. You wouldn't be doing your jobs if you hadn't been literate enough to learn the skills that you needed for it. And I wouldn't be the typist I am today. Which is not my biggest skill. But no, but seriously, I wouldn't be. And I wouldn't have the love of words that I have today if I hadn't been encouraged at school. That's not happening now. We need to learn why. And the way to do that is to have a task force that goes in, finds out, and fixes it. So conference, please, support the motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. That microphone's always open for you. Can I call Kirsten, please, to the microphone to summate for the motion as a whole, and then we will proceed to the voting.
Wow, what an amazing discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody who's contributed towards this very professional discussion about the raising attainment through boosting literacy motion. I would like to respond to a few points that have been made and then sum it all up. So I completely agree with James, who talked about all the many initiatives that teachers are facing in the classroom today. However, literacy matters. Without literacy, pupils cannot access the curriculum. Literacy permeates all areas of the curriculum. That has to come first. I quite agree with Christine and the proposal about the libraries. My area where I live is luckily not affected by that, but I understand that this is the case elsewhere, and libraries have to be kept open. I'm afraid I have to disagree with Robert, who talked about language not being a science. I consider myself a linguist. I speak 4 languages, and I wouldn't be able to do that if I wouldn't understand the nature of language being a science. Karen is quite right to say that councils need better funding. This applies to all areas. And I also empathize with Mike, and I've just had a chat with him. My son is dyslexic. I don't really want to talk about that a lot, but I do when the time comes, and I think this is a good time. My son is dyslexic, and he speaks 2 languages, and he is achieving. So that can happen. And he did read loud. I made him read loud. So, conference, the Programme for International Student Assessment, PISA, measures education standards of young people worldwide. The latest report shows a long-term decline in Scotland's performance in reading, maths and science over the last 15 years. This is a problem, and the trend must be stopped and reversed as a matter of urgency. This motion, our motion, is part of the solution to this problem. Boosting literacy skills of all pupils is the first step in the right direction. Education is a truly liberal cause. The Scottish Liberal Democrats are at the forefront of improving standards in education and of closing the poverty-related attainment gap through a stronger pupil equity fund and through supporting voluntary pilots of a longer statutory early years phase using play-based learning. Boosting literacy in early years could be a game changer for all pupils, but in particular those who benefit from the stronger pupil equity fund that was already won by the Scottish Liberal Democrats. Kofi Annan, the former secretary of the United Nations, once said, "Literacy is a bridge from misery to hope. It is a tool for daily life in modern society. It is a strong wall against poverty. Literacy is finally the road to human progress and the means through which every man, woman and child can realize his or her full potential." Language is at the heart of our thinking. It's a deeply human concept. Raising attainment by boosting literacy is not a new idea, but somehow it seems though that it has been forgotten about. Let us bring it back to the forefront of early years, primary and secondary education, and let us make sure that we give all children and young people the tools they need to succeed, regardless of their socio-economic background or geographic location. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you to everyone who put in cards and who was not called. And just to let everyone know, if you fill in the back of your card and tell us why you want to speak, you will be called. You will be called. That order was changed as a result of cards that came in because of what it said on the back. So thank you very much, and again, commiserations to those who was not called. We're running a wee bit late, but we thought it was worth it because the contributions we had received. So, to the vote. Do you have your voting cards ready? Do you remember that you have to show me the voting side? Good. Right, we will do it in the following order. We will do the amendment. We will do the first separate vote, the second separate vote, and then the motion amended or not. So, all those in favour of the amendment in the name of Christine Jardine, will they please raise their cards? Thank you. All those against the amendment? Any abstentions? Thank you. The amendment is clearly carried. We now move to the separate votes. Please turn to page 38 of your agenda. First, find your agenda. Open your agenda to page 38. You're not prepared, honestly. Right. The first request for a separate vote is conference calls for 1. Lines 32 to 39, the whole block of text. All those in favour of removing lines 32 to 39, in favour of removing the lines, please show. All those against removing those lines, please show. Those lines clearly remain in the motion. Thank you. Separate vote 2. Lines 47 and 48 after the word literacy, thereby removing the phrase based on linguistic approaches and the scientific nature of language. I love this bit. All those in favour of deleting those words, please show. Right. Okay, all those in favour of retaining those words, please show. Those words are clearly retained. Thank you. We now move to the final vote for the motion as amended. That is the motion in your agendas, page 37, 38, plus the text in the bulletin. All those in favour of the motion as amended, please show. And all those against? That motion is clearly carried. Thank you very much indeed, conference. That ends the policy part of conference. And we now move to the fun bit. Thank you. And thank you to my aide. Thank you very much, Joe.
Conference. Right, we are into the final stages. If anyone who's kind of sitting near the back could move nearer the front, that'd be great, because we're about to get into some awards and thank yous before we come to the final finale of this weekend. So this is always one of the nice parts where I get to recognise all the incredible work that you're all doing in the party. So we have a number of awards today. Some people are here, some people are not, so I can't quite see, but we'll see if they're in the room today. So the first award we're going to be giving out is the Sheila Tennant Award. So the Sheila Tennant Award is awarded to young Liberals who are doing fantastic work within the party to recognise everything that they do. So the winner of this award is someone who has recently taken part in our Future Leaders programme. They were recently approved as a candidate. They were elected to our Scottish Exec, and they're taking a really active role in taking forward our diversity strategy. So for the Sheila Tennant Award, can I please award that to Lauren Buchanan Quickly? And my lovely assistant is coming to join me. So the next award is a very special one, the Sir John Morrison Award for Outstanding Leadership and Success in Local Government. So it's not going to come as a surprise to many of you that, because we've already recognised this person this weekend actually, this is going to go to Councillor Robert Brown. And this year is his 50th anniversary of since Robert arrived in Rutherglen. And during those 5 decades, Robert has campaigned either as a candidate, agent, campaign manager. He's been in local government council, Holyrood, Westminster, European elections, plus referendums. The list is very long, I have to say. His citation was quite sizable. So I really want to recognise you, Robert, so I'm going to invite you up again. And thank you very much for everything you've done. Our next award is the Ray Meekie Award, and this normally goes to a local party who've worked really hard to grow and develop their membership, but we're breaking with tradition a little this year to recognise someone who's done a huge amount of work in the membership space for us. And as they near retirement, we really want to recognise all of that hard work and how they've set us up to move forward in that membership strategy. So I'd like to recognise Les Tarr for the Ray Meekie Award. I don't know if he's here. So I don't think Les is here just now. He was here yesterday, but we will pass that on and ensure he gets that. The next was another very special award, the Robbie Simpson Award. So this is an award that goes to people who've given their lives and soul to the party, not necessarily to get elected or to be recognised, but just because they passionately believe in what we stand for. So this year we have a very, very special person. He's not actually here today either. But this year the award goes to Donald Cameron in Moray. But over many years, Donald has kept the Liberal flame burning up in Moray during a very difficult time. He's sat on committees, he's kept the party going, he's stood in elections, he's encouraged other people in his family to stand in elections. He's now in his 90s, but he's been absolutely vital to the restarting of that local party. So it's brilliant to be able to recognise all his incredible work over all the decades. So thank you very much to Donald. The next award is a new award that we introduced last year, the Hugh Waterfield Award. And this one celebrates the top canvasser who is not an elected person. Unfortunately, this person's not here today, but we will be sending them the award. And that is a very special recognition to Matt Glenday in Mid-Dumbartonshire, who has done an absolute power of work, and he has been our biggest canvasser in the past years. Everybody, get out on those doors. You can win this award next year. Open to anyone. The numbers don't lie. So thank you very much to Matt. That's fantastic. And the final award that we're going to give out today is always hotly contested, and everybody wants to know who wins this one. So this is the Russell Johnson Award, and this is for the best speech at conference. It's generally decided with a lot of guidance from Kirsty, who is the one person who's in the room all the time and sees absolutely every speech. So there's been a bit of discussion, but this year we've decided to award the Russell Johnson Award to Amanda Clark for her summation in the bereaved children debate. Thank you very much. I'm now going to hand very quickly over to our convener of conference committee, Paul McGarry, who's going to say a few quick thank yous before we get to the main event.
Fabulous. Thank you very, very much to everyone for being part of what's been a tremendously successful conference. I want to particularly put a note to, isn't it great to see so many of our future leaders, part of our Future Leaders programme, win awards for the work they're doing in the party. So for all those future leaders, the first two people I would like to recognise is Fraser and Ross, who are part of the conference committee. So Fraser Graham and Ross Stalker, if you can come up. Oh, there he is, yeah. Thank you. And both have truly gone over and above in helping to support the conference and the running of the conference and all the bits and bobs that have gone around. And I'm just so grateful for them for helping us with this. I'd also like to thank all the staff at the Hamilton Townhouse. It's been absolutely brilliant. And so thank you so much on behalf of the party for all you do to support us. Thank you also to Metro and all the tech team for all the work that you do with supporting us through this weekend and over so many years as well. Thank you. And a particular thanks also to the parliamentary staff who have been sort of hiding around the back, but all the press releases, all the things that have been happening in the press around what we're doing here, as well as helping with speech writing, helping with putting together a lot of these policies. I could see James, Barry and Luke. Sarah and Max are probably hiding somewhere, but thank you to all the parliamentary staff that we have. I'm coming to the end. I'm not going to thank everyone, but thank you also to Kirsty Smith for all that you do once again in helping to put this together, to put the minutes to help manage the speakers card. We're really so grateful for that. Thank you. For someone asking when the minutes will be available, I'm told I've just been emailed them. So that is efficiency in spades. The next person I would like to thank with the spare flowers that they were just commenting is spare flowers, is Jenny Lang, the party... our party convener for all that you do during this week. She did just say to me, "There's spare flowers here," and I was like, "Not spare," but thank you. I mean, from the bottom of our heart, I don't think most people will appreciate how much work, and as a volunteer and somebody who works full time, goes on behind the scenes in the spare time and in the gaps in the weekly schedule to help with the running and managing of our party. That is part of what we are doing here today. So thank you so much. And the final person I'd like to thank is a superb new friend of mine who joined the party, joined our staff about 6-7 months ago as part of a team. And then part of that team said, I'm going, you are now in charge of conference. And it's an absolutely fabulous job, and I'm just so grateful for all the things you do in supporting me, appreciating the fact that I have a full-time job, so she very often around her work hours is emailing me, or quite tolerant of the fact that I sometimes send crazy emails at crazy times of the day. I'm so grateful for all that you do, and all that you've done to put this conference on. So on behalf of myself and the party, thank you so much. We have a gift. Lucy.
Before we finish up, there is one more thank you. And actually, it's quite funny behind the stage, because I was asking about the spare flowers, and Paul was wondering what this was. So it was a bit of a comedy moment backstage. But it's a realisation that actually the convener of conference committee actually never gets thanked. And so this year, I want to say a very special thank you for all the hard work that you've done, Paul, on conference. Thank you.
So much. Wow. There is a reason I normally don't get thanked, but no, thank you so much. Thank you, Jenny. Normally, yeah, so now I'm blushing and thrown. But so the person I'm now handing over, so first off, thank you very much to everybody who speaks, who's part of what we do, for submitting motions, for being part of this. Thank you to our members who helped to make this conference. I really appreciate each one of you. I now hand over to Jamie Stone and Angus for the next part, our fundraising section, before we hear our leader speak. Thank you so much.
NDLF 7! Oh, wrong conference. You know, really, Rishi must go. Oh, wrong conference again. Tom Thumb, Quasimodo, and Winnie Ewing died, and they went to heaven. And one night, in God's cocktail bar, they
starts as £2,000. And if you want to do a flyer to 45,000 houses in your constituency, you have to think of £10,000. The deposit alone to stand is £500. All I'm really saying here is if we want to become serious,
I now invite Susan Murray to introduce our next mystery speaker.
Thank you very much, Paul. So, as some of you may have heard this weekend, I'm Susan Murray and I'm the candidate for Mid Dunbartonshire for the general election. I'm delighted to be the candidate for my home area, which is regularly voted the best place to live in the UK. And you're all invited to come and visit me and help me to win back the constituency from the SNP, bringing us two steps closer, thanks to Wendy for pointing that out initially, but bringing us 2 steps closer to being the third party in Westminster. It's been wonderful to be with you all this weekend, to hear passionate speakers. As Scottish Liberal Democrats, we care about people and about our communities. We're all feeling a sense of optimism about the future of the party, and we should feel really optimistic. When I knock on doors in Mid Dunbartonshire, it's the same story over and over. People are turning to us because, more than any other party, we know that what matters to them matters to us. We care about communities. And this hard-working spirit of community and localism is demonstrated so well by the leader of our party, Alex Cole-Hamilton. Alex has canvassed with me on countless occasions, usually on a Friday after a busy day serving his constituents in Edinburgh. His leadership inspires me as a candidate when he encourages us that the way to win is door by door and street by street. And he is proved right win after win. He understands the importance of our councillor base with the 150 Rising programme, and his boundless energy and optimism is leading us forward and inspiring new hope in Scotland. Conference, it is my pleasure to introduce the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you so much, Susan. Conference, Susan Murray's journey into politics is enough to make any Liberal Democrat proud. She joined our party to make a tangible difference to the people around her. Susan raised £500,000 for a skate park in Kirkintilloch before she was even elected as a councillor. Public service runs through her veins. She gets business, she knows what it means to be a carer, and the people of Mid Dunbartonshire are going to be so well served when Susan is sworn in as the next MP at the general election. And Conference, Her team have knocked every single door. They're doing it again. They've had thousands of meaningful conversations with the people who matter the most. And every leaflet squeezed through every letterbox, even the occasional dog bite, moves us one step closer to winning back Mid-Dumbartonshire from the Nationalists. Conference, this is the last time that we will meet before that general election. And I know that Lib Dems are knocking on thousands of doors every week right across Scotland, listening to people whose housing costs are skyrocketing, who are worried about the cuts being made to their children's school and the sewage being dumped in their rivers. People have had enough. They say it's time for change. And it's why, under Ed's leadership this month, we beat the Conservatives and into third place at the English local elections for the first time in a generation, taking control of true blue councils. And it's why we will be taking a paintbrush to the acid yellow wall of the SNP as well and painting it good old Lib Dem gold. To return Alistair Carmichael, Jamie Stone, Wendy Chamberlain and Christine Jardine. And at either end of the iconic West Highland Way, you'll find Susan Murray and Angus MacDonald. I know what it means to pour your time and your energies into a campaign. So I want to thank all of our amazing candidates for everything you've done already and everything you will do before polling day. But in particular, I want to thank your families and friends who are around you, supporting you on this journey. Conference, we have beaten the SNP before. We know how to do it, and together we will do it again. More Liberal voices for carers and teachers, for small business owners and islanders without ferries, for long COVID sufferers and young people struggling with their mental health, for everyone who can't get a GP appointment or see an NHS dentist. We will be your voice for a fairer deal. And as we go, I will tell you now, Conference, with your help, with the help of Liberal Democrats across the United Kingdom, it is absolutely within our grasp to overtake the Scottish National Party with more Liberals than Nationalists in the Parliament to come. Let us take those green benches from the SNP so that Liberal voices are once again heard at the very front of the House of Commons. Conference, if we misspeak in the Scottish Parliament, we have to correct the record. Well, in Dundee, at a conference last year, I misspoke. I told you that Humza Yousaf would be the last nationalist First Minister of Scotland. Honestly, the lengths he'll go to just to prove me wrong. Conference, no matter how they try to spin it, the newest leader of the Scottish National Party is anything but. John Swinney didn't know it when he relinquished the reins of the SNP 20 years ago, but his party was on the threshold of power. Now, as he picks those reins back up, he may not know it or believe it, but the SNP stand on the threshold of defeat. No wonder they won't call an election. And just like the Conservatives, the SNP have been in power for too long. Anyone will tell you that. My message to John Swinney is this: I'm in politics to get things done, to change things for the better. We will only meet you on the issues that matter to our communities and to our values as Liberals. There will be areas we can find common ground, and I hope we find it, because I love my country and I want the very best for it. And for me, sitting on the opposition benches doesn't mean opposition for opposing's sake. But my party will hold your government to account where it falls short, and in a parliament of minorities where every vote and every voice matters, we will never shy away from exercising our votes or our voices. And we will hold you to the standards that you say you will keep. And Conference, at the very top of that list, we will be the protection of our hard-won progress on equalities and on human rights. Remember, for every day, from 2004 to 2024, John Swinney has been party to and complicit in every significant decision taken by the SNP High Command or around the cabinet table of the Scottish Government. Wingman to Nicola Sturgeon. He was wingman to Alex Salmond on education standards, on access to healthcare, on missed climate targets, on the ferries fiasco, failing to get the basics right. This SNP government's failures in government are John Swinney's failures in government. Conference, it was he who attended Gold Command, the secretive central committee at the heart of the government's response to the COVID pandemic, for which there is barely no record whatsoever. And it was John Swinney who deleted his pandemic messages alongside Nicola Sturgeon and other members of their top team. With that deletion of evidence, they undermined the work of both the UK and Scottish COVID inquiries. With that deletion, they deprived bereaved families of the answers that they are searching for. This may yet be the biggest scandal in the history of devolution, and a day of reckoning will come for the new First Minister. Conference, across these islands, a culture of sleaze, cronyism and rule-breaking is undermining faith in our democracy. Ministers never take responsibility for their actions anymore. Nobody ever seems to resign. We need to tackle that head on. I am proud that our manifesto will be the only one that contains commitments to long-held beliefs, like reforming the House of Lords, introducing proportional representation and a written constitution for a federal United Kingdom. After 25 years of devolution, it's time we refreshed Holyrood as well. It's having a quarter-life crisis. I'm told by millennials that's something of a thing. And it's why the Scottish Liberal Democrats will campaign for a new Accountability Act to break open the scandal of government by WhatsApp, to expand freedom of information, and create the right for people to recall their MSPs. Let's put power back in the hands of the voters, end the culture of secrecy and spin, and fix our broken politics. Conference, this isn't empty talk. We, as Liberals, have been there. We've done that. We've got the T-shirt. Remember, we're the party that switched Scotland's council elections to PR. And it was the signature of Jim Wallace on the statute book that broke ground for freedom of information legislation. That was Scottish Liberal Democrats delivering good, open government. That was devolution delivering, getting the basics right. It made me so proud to listen to Jim's speech earlier today. It gave me such hope, and it offers us vital lessons that we are going to need, because we will be part of what comes next. Conference, when our Parliament reconvened, some of the challenges we now face would have seemed almost inconceivable. The climate emergency, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, long COVID, and the insidious reach of abused technology. I'm talking about cyber attacks on our health service, deepfake AI in our politics, and hostile state surveillance. For Scotland to play its part, we need to go back to being the Parliament that its creators, like Jim Wallace, like Donald Dewar, first envisaged. A place of ideas and challenge, of cooperation and compromise, a cathedral of public debate in which the priorities of the people will always come first. And Conference, we should be so proud of what we've achieved in the first 25 years of devolution. Free personal care, eye tests, dental tests, bus passes, that was us. The smoking ban and the abolition of student fees, that was us too. And the great liberal principles of land reform and fair votes for local government, all us getting the basics right. And we have so much more to do. Our parliamentary group at Holyrood may be small for now, but we are mighty. We have some of the hardest working MSPs in the Scottish Parliament. Willie Rennie tops the Speaker's table, having made more than 150 contributions in the past year, which, you know, I'm very pleased for him. Not competitive at all. It's not like I've got a party to lead or anything. But conference, as that first parliament dawned, Jim Wallace spoke of our belief in the basic worth, merit, and integrity of every individual. He spoke of tapping the reservoir of enterprise and to tackle the vicious circle of deprivation and of underachievement. He concluded, "Those are fundamental principles to me and to my party. They are such important principles that I do not want just to talk about them, I want to do something about them." That challenge conference, that liberal challenge, exists today as much as it did 25 years ago, and we will rise to it. Conference, my father-in-law slipped away from us 6 years ago on a day not unlike this one. He succumbed to a kind of liver cancer that was mercifully painless and took him very swiftly after diagnosis. We'd managed to get him home from hospital, and when it was clear that the end was coming, Jill and her siblings moved back into the house to support their parents through the final week of his life. I would go out there whenever I could. It wasn't a chore, it was lovely. They'd created a bubble around him that was filled with love and laughter and light. And we took turns to spend precious time with him. There was such unexpected joy in those days. And then one morning he was gone, in a room bathed in warm spring light. It was very gentle. If I could choose, conference, a manner for my own death, it would be that. But we don't get to choose. And at several points in my life, I have been brought hard up against the visceral reality that all too many people are denied a good death and depart this world in pain and in distress. For me, the assisted dying bill, currently before the Scottish Parliament, represents the next big liberal reform. It will join the advance of progressive change that has defined our movement, led by liberal giants like Lynn Featherstone in her introduction of same-sex marriage, David Steele when he legislated to allow safe access to abortion services, Ed Davey when he moved his amendment that ended Section 28 in England and Wales. Only one parliamentarian was trusted by campaigners to build bridges across the chamber to achieve this vital change, and his name is Liam MacArthur. We have rights designed to protect and safeguard every aspect of our life, save one, and that is our departure from it. Endings matter, in stories and in life, and I want to know that if I am dying in agony, beyond the reach of palliative care, or I know that that moment is coming, then I will have the right to say this far and no further, and leave this world in dignity. Let me reassure you, conference, no Liberal Democrat will be compelled to act against their conscience and vote for it. I know that not everyone in this hall is persuaded. I understand that. But our plurality as a movement sets us apart from all other parties. There are many different paths to a liberal Scotland. I am proud that there is a liberal at the helm of this legislation. Thank you, Liam. Conference, whether it is end-of-life palliative care nurses or your community GP, we are blessed with some of the finest clinicians in the world. But I don't think I need to tell you that there is a crisis in our NHS. It is self-evident. There was a time when you could see your GP at the first time of asking. That's almost unheard of now. I met someone in Caithness last week who rang their surgery 200 times when the phone lines opened at 8:30 before she eventually got through. 200 times. She was offered an appointment for the end of this month. Her story is not unique. It's happening everywhere. New parents being told that they could only get an appointment for their sick baby if it was urgent. Otherwise, they would have to wait 2 weeks. And it's the same for NHS dentistry. It has been left to rot. Patients ordering tools off Amazon to do the job themselves, flying back to war-torn Ukraine, Conference, it says everything you need to know about the state of NHS dentistry, that someone has to brave the cruise missile attacks and the drones of war-torn Kyiv for basic dental care. Be absolutely clear, none of this is the fault of our hard-working staff. They deserve far better. We need a government that won't make empty promises, but will get the basics right. Scottish Liberal Democrats will create world-class mental health services by taxing the social media giants who cause so much of the problem. That will help you get faster access to your GP. We'll make sure that everyone can see an NHS dentist by overhauling the failed recovery plan and making it easier for qualified foreign dentists to practice here in Scotland. We would scrap the ministerial takeover of social care and dedicate the £1 billion it would cost into making that care a profession of choice once again, and introduce, as Ed said yesterday, a new, higher minimum wage for all care workers across the UK, relieving the pressure on our hospitals. Make no mistake, Conference, our NHS is on the line. If the SNP can't see that, or if they refuse to deal with it, they need to get out of the way for somebody who will. And valuing our staff isn't just about pay, safe staffing on every shift, or even just basic ministerial attention. It's about housing too, because health boards and care homes can't get the staff they need if there are no homes for them. John Swinney, along with Kate Forbes, Patrick Harvey, and everyone else in their parties who recently voted for a budget that cut £200 million from housing. At a time when homelessness is at a record high, there are 10,000 children living in temporary accommodation and hundreds of thousands of people on housing waiting lists. What hope do these people have? Councils and now finally the Scottish Parliament have declared a national housing emergency, but it is getting even harder to build a house in Scotland. Because on top of skill shortages, Brexit, inflation, Liz Truss, we've got Scottish ministers scaring off the investment that Scotland needs. They've ramped up the rhetoric, they've moved the goalposts, meddled more, and claimed that Scotland will be independent by 2029. And the effect? Undermining market confidence in house building all across Scotland. In fact, industry experts we met last week told me that £3.3 billion of reliable investment in house building has either been lost or put on hold, some of it already shovel-ready, because of the decisions of the SNP Green government. It's one of the key reasons that affordable house building has collapsed, dragging Scotland back to levels not seen since Margaret Thatcher. Conference, this morning you called for a new national housing plan, one that will stand up to the housing emergency and make lives better, to get more houses built, give people a home to call their own, and get the basics right. That starts with winning back the confidence of those people who were champing at the bit to build new homes in Scotland. So today, I am committing to working with business and our council group leaders to develop a new programme for key worker housing, attractive, sustainable housing reserved for the key workers our communities need. Conference, on the day I became the leader of our party, I told you about the 3 words that I believe are more important than any others in the English language for a person to understand and know to be true about themselves. And those words are these: you are loved. When Stephen Lawrence lay dying in the street, he was cradled by a passerby unknown to him. As she held him, she said those words over and over again until he died in her arms. You are loved. What an amazing act of compassion. I am in politics, Conference, in large part because after 20 years in youth work, I have met too many children who, in the care of this state, will never fully understand the meaning of those words or know them to be true about themselves. Like the young boy I met in a care home who'd been through 37 failed placements before he was 8 years old. That memory still keeps me awake at night. Liberals are united by that sense of love and compassion for people in our society who have experienced the very worst possible start in life, and those half a world away that we will never meet, fighting climate injustice, poverty, and state-sanctioned oppression. It's why Jill and I took in a Ukrainian refugee for 9 months. It's why I've been working with the Russian dissident community to establish a permanent memorial to Alexei Navalny and demand our country seize Kremlin money wherever we can find it. Putin will not be lifting my sanction anytime soon. The considered, selfless response of Liberals the world over to strife and iniquity is why I joined this party. I know that there will be many in this room and across the country deeply worried about the increasing prominence of regressive and intolerant voices here and around our world. I share that concern profoundly. I have at every stage of my career upheld our party's commitment to equalities, sometimes at political cost, sometimes against the prevailing winds of public opinion. I have done so proudly, and that will never change. I have strived to be an ally since growing up in the 1980s under Thatcher. And let me say this, I will always fight for the rights of every part of the LGBT+ community, always. It's partly why I'm in politics now, and it is why I am, and always will be, a proud member of this party. Just imagine, conference, just imagine what can happen with more Liberal Democrats in the next Parliament. First-class MPs who will fight the cost of living emergency by repairing the welfare safety net, protecting the pensions triple lock, by expanding employment rights for new mums and dads, and by cutting bills and emissions by making every home warmer. Local champions who will fight for a fair deal for every part of these islands, fund mental health by taxing social media giants, improve access to local health services, value our carers, deliver £1 billion more for farming, and get the sewage out of our rivers. Conference, with every Liberal lion we elect to the House of Commons, we can help Britain stand taller on the world stage once again. We will end the scandals and the sleaze, restore our international aid budget, fix our broken relationship with our nearest neighbours, and point our compass back to our true north, back towards the single market, back towards the very heart of Europe. Conference, that's the prize. That's the prize. That's what we're here for. So let's kick the Conservatives out of number 10 and smash the blue wall. Get change for Scotland by tearing down the acid yellow wall of the SNP as well. Because now, more than ever, people deserve a fair deal. From Milngavie to Mallaig, Cooper to Cape Brath, people are choosing the Liberal Democrats to make that change happen. Scotland is ready for change. Scotland is desperate for change, and we are here for it. Thank you.